Thank you. Good morning. This is the last stop in the consciousness and cultural connection tour, and it's good to be in New York. As Donna says, this is the cultural center of the USA, so this is a good place to end up a talk on culture. My plan is going to be to optimize the amount of Q&A that we're going to have. Okay, so I'm going to try to get through other material a little more quickly than usual so that we will have lots of Q&A. Most of the things that I say, you can probably find something a little similar to it on YouTube, somewhere in the 450 YouTube videos that are out there. So the Q&A to me is always the important part, where we answer your questions directly. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of just to refresh your memory, what the virtual reality and the MBT fundamentals are. That won't take too long, but we'll be using those all through the talk, and it's good to be refreshed on those. I'm going to skip most of the introductory part of who I am, since most everybody knows that, where I come from, how I got here, and the rest of it's very familiar to you. So I'm going to start in the middle with the statement that virtual reality is now accepted as serious science. Amongst the physicists, physics departments in universities all around the world, virtual reality is now kind of an idea and a topic that you can talk about in public, without fear of ridicule. In fact, it's probably the fastest growing idea in basic science, in physics today. It has changed from, over the last decade, from a fringe idea that very, very few people took seriously to a more mainstream idea that most all physicists take seriously. So that's just a decade. That's fast for changing a major paradigm like that. So I think it's just going to continue to change, and over the next decade it'll probably change twice as much as it changed over the last decade. So I'm hoping by then virtual reality not only will be a topic can be discussed, but it'll be the way it is. It'll be understood that is the way our reality works. So a decade is not a long time. Okay, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the basics of virtual reality. Virtual reality has some fundamental logical attributes and things that any virtual reality will have these attributes. Virtual reality games, virtual reality that is this universe will all have these same attributes. It's just fundamental logic of virtual reality. And I use a video game, World of Warcraft. That's the one I've seen most of. My son and daughter both played that endlessly from about the time they were 13 to about 17. So I saw lots of screens of World of Warcraft in my home during those years. It's probably old now. In a video game with virtual reality, think of an elf, which is a player, as a character. It's called an avatar in World of Warcraft. If this elf wanted to find the computer that was computing his reality, he wouldn't be able to find it in the World of Warcraft map. He couldn't go in the World of Warcraft and find a building. When he opened the door, there would be the computer that was computing his reality. Well, that's obvious, right? That's very trivial logic. The computer that computes a virtual reality has to be outside of the virtual reality. Cannot be inside the virtual reality, because a virtual reality cannot compute itself. Okay, so the first logical consequence of being virtual reality is that the computer has to be elsewhere. That is, not in the virtual reality. In Fredkin's words, other, has to be someplace else. The second thing is that if it's a virtual reality, then the elf himself is just computed. It's ones and zeros on a hard drive someplace. That is what the avatar is, just information. ones and zeros. Okay, so how is it that the ones and zeros can run and jump and fight and do all the things the elf can do? Well, it requires a consciousness, a player. So the player of World of Warcraft is the elf's consciousness. Elf can't do anything until the player, the consciousness, tells it to do things, tells it to jump or run or fight or dance or whatever it wants the elf to do. It has to make all the choices. The conscious makes the choices. So the second thing about a virtual reality is that the characters there are virtual. It's a virtual reality, and their consciousness, the choice maker, which can't be virtual, their consciousness has to also be outside the virtual reality, can't be inside the virtual reality. If it was inside the virtual reality, then it would be virtual and just ones and zeros. It has to be outside the virtual reality. Now, we also know that the way virtual reality works is that the player and the computer talk to each other all the time. They have a constant stream of data going back and forth. The player says, elf, run away. And he clicks whatever buttons or his joystick to tell the computer that the elf should run away. The computer gets that information and then gives data, the data stream, okay, to the player, and this time it's to the player's computer, and it shows the elf running away and all the consequences of that running away. There's consequences for that, okay? And then the player says, oh, now have the elf stop running away or turn around or whatever. It goes back up to the computer, then the computer moves the character, computes the consequences, then the consciousness. So the consciousness, the player, and the computer are in a constant stream of data. And the third thing is that the virtual reality, the elf's map, the trees, the rivers, the rocks, the monsters, everything else, everything that's in that world, that virtual world, that World of Warcraft world, all of that is just information, on a hard drive someplace, ones and zeros, right? So where do those trees and rocks and rivers come from? They're just ones and zeros. Well, they're interpreted by the player when he gets a data stream that lights little pixels of light on his monitor. So that's data. So data comes in terms of 1 million pixels. And each pixel has an intensity and a color and a location. That's it. And it's those 3 variables and little dots of light: location, intensity, and color. And the player looks at all of those 1 million dots and says, oh, there's a tree, there's a rock, there's an elf, there's a river. So it interprets all that data to be those things. So there is no river, right? There is no rock. There really is no elf. It's just the consciousness's interpretation of the data. Okay. Now, let's take that and compare ourselves. If this is a virtual reality, as the physicists are now saying, what does that mean to us? That means our body is like the elf. That this room and this desk and all of this physical matter stuff are all ones and zeros in a computer someplace. It means that the computer has to be non-physical to this virtual reality. Somewhere else other than here. Some other reality frame. It means that all of our choices here that this avatar makes have to be made by a consciousness called the player, someplace else. But we know the player and the computer have to communicate with each other. To communicate directly back and forth, they need to be in the same reality. The same reality frame, otherwise you wouldn't be able to communicate back and forth so easily. So we know the consciousness and the computer are in the same reality frame that's not here. So we know the consciousness is consciousness, and we know that the computer is in that reality. So then it's a short logical step to say that that reality, that non-physical space, is what I call the larger consciousness system. Just a big system of consciousness. And it's an information system because we're talking about information, right? All those 1 million dots on the screen is just information. And then the consciousness interprets that information as a reality. Okay, so here we are, avatars. Our consciousness is the player, some other reality frame, same reality frame that the computer's in, and they're talking. And that reality frame is what I call the larger consciousness system. The computer's part of that larger consciousness system, as is the player part of that. So that's just kind of the overall view of who we are, if this is a virtual reality, then what I've just told you is logic. It just has to be that way. It can't be any other way. That's the way virtual realities are. Okay. If our reality, our virtual reality, is an information system, and it's a digital information system, and we say digital just means that it comes in bits of information. Smallest unit of information is a bit. And it's digital, one, because digital is so much more flexible than an analog system. Lots of flexibility. Doesn't have all the problems that an analog system has. And two, that all of the information that we can measure here is all digital. Every time we measure something, we get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then we find it comes in discrete chunks. Everything's like that. Matter's like that. Everything, really, except two things, and that's time and space. Time and space, we haven't yet found that level to where they turn into chunks. But that's because the chunks are so small, we haven't been able to measure that finely in order to see those chunks. But our science can guess at what those are. And back in the early 20s, or maybe mid 1920s, or mid 1900s, a time called the Planck time and a length called the Planck length were computed as being that time and that length where time and length would pixelate, be broken into little pieces. That was kind of the minimum length. Now, whether that's true or not, we don't know for sure, because that's just our best guess. But it's pretty obvious that it's going to be a digital system, because look at consciousness. What are we conscious of? We're conscious of the data we get through our senses, that our avatar gets through its senses. Just like if you're playing World of Warcraft, you're only aware of what your avatar sees. You see things through their senses. Now, that's mainly a visual and auditory game. So you only can hear what their avatar can hear. If somebody on some other part of the map is hollering or something, you won't hear that if your avatar's not there. So you only can hear and see what your avatar can hear and see. Limited to that elf's senses, that virtual elf's virtual senses. So sense data for us is digital in the sense that we get a photon focused by a lens, hits a retina, knocks off a couple of electrons, we get a little electrical charge runs down a nerve, optic nerve, and then rearranges a couple of neurons. So it's all discrete chunks of things of charge, neurons, photons, everything's discrete. So we find that in all of our world. There's no reason to think that time and space would really be any different than everything else. So it makes good sense that this is a digital information system. If you're an information system, you evolve, or you even exist, by having information. Having information means that you have content that has meaning. You have something that has significance, content that has some sort of meaning to you. When it comes to an information system, no information means all the bits are random. Information requires structure. You have to put some of those bits. That's going to be a problem all day. I know it. Waving my hands around. You have to put those bits in some kind of a structure, some sort of order, so that they're not random, and that order then can be a metaphor or a symbol for something that has meaning. So that's how you get information. Content, it's from ordering the bits. So an information system that has all the bits random has no information. Well, there's a measure of disorder, and thereby a measurement of order, called entropy. A system has a lot of disorder, it has high entropy. A system has a lot of structure, a lot of organization, it has low entropy. So information systems evolve, that is, get more and more useful information by lowering their entropy, more and more structure, more and more order in the system. So far, I'm just giving you logic. Hopefully, most of you have already been over this, but these are the basics for those of you who are new. Okay, so we have an ordered information system. Has to be this larger conscious system, has to be an ordered information system. It has to evolve by lowering its entropy. It lowers its entropy by creating order. Okay, so more order is good, less order is bad. If you decrease order too much, then you de-evolve. You increase it all the way, so all the bits are random, then the system's gone. There is no more information system because there is no more information. So this information system, since it's consciousness, the larger consciousness system, it's aware. It's consciousness. It's aware. It thinks. It judges. It analyzes. It understands because it's consciousness. It wants to evolve. It wants to survive. It wants to lower its entropy. And we'll start out and say it's just one big system, one big consciousness system. And it can order its bits, it can rearrange them, and it can invent the technology called time. Time is just taking two of its bits, say a bit's like a 1 or a 0 is a bit, and it can just oscillate those, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. That's a metronome. That's a clock. So now it can invent time if it just has a couple of bits oscillating, and now it can order things according to that time. So order becomes another way of organizing the system, therefore lowering its entropy. It's the technology it can create. Now the larger conscious system can flip that 1-0 metronome only so fast. And it can do that. When it does that, that is the fundamental time in the system. Everything else has to be at either that time, that rate time, or slower. See, nothing can be faster than as fast as the system can flip that 1 and a 0. So the system has the smallest unit of time. We call that a pixel of time, if you will. So the system now is looking for ways to organize. Time was one of those ways. Another way that it could organize is it could create novelty by splitting itself in two, duplicating itself, you might say, in a digital frame. It could duplicate itself, and then each self has the free will to interact in any way it could. Now, immediately, there wouldn't be much difference because, did we lose it? No, there it is. It wouldn't make much difference because both of the two would be exactly the same. But that won't last long. Each now, from that point on, their experience would start to be a little different because each is unique unto itself, has its own free will. It will have little different experiences. It'll see things a little differently. And eventually those differences will grow. That's the way it is. You just start two things that are the same, that are consciousness, they're going to drift apart in their perspective. now you have these two different consciousness with free will interacting with each other. Now, the results of that interaction is a whole new way of organization, a whole new set of novel things that you didn't have before, you see. And that worked so well that it split itself into a whole lot of individuated units of consciousness. And that's what we are. We are players in this virtual reality game, and we're individuated units of consciousness, pieces of the larger consciousness system. And we have a mission. Our mission is to help the system lower entropy, because to the system, that's really the only mission that matters. That's the thing. You either evolve or you de-evolve. You de-evolve too much, you die, you go away. So the system wants to grow. This is a natural system, not a supernatural system, just a natural system. So how does it go about lowering its entropy with all of these individuated units of consciousness? When you have lots of individuated units of consciousness, you have a social system. Remember, it's conscious. What it does is it communicates, it shares, it moves information back and forth. That's what it does. And each one has free will. And I might mention that free will is a logical necessity for consciousness. So is time. You see? Time, free will, and consciousness all have to exist together. You can't have any one of those. I shouldn't say that. You can't have consciousness without free will. Consciousness makes choices. If there's no free will, there's no choice. Consciousness doesn't do anything. It just sits there. Well, if it just sits there and doesn't do anything, it's not really conscious. So in order to have consciousness, it has to be able to make choices. If there's choices, then you have to have before choice and then after the choice, because the choice has to make a difference. Otherwise, it's not a choice. Therefore, you have to have time. You see? So time, free will, and consciousness all are logically necessary for each other. They have to all coexist. Well, we can understand time. That's easy to understand how that comes about. Free will just means that individuated unit of consciousness was given the opportunity to call it the way it sees it, to maintain its own independent database, if you will, its own experience base. Okay. That's really all the free will is, the ability to choose freely from among the choices that you've got. Nothing more than that. Without that, having a whole bunch of things that are all just perfect duplicates that never change is no advantage over just having the one singular thing. So they all have to have free will. So we have free will, we're consciousness, we're playing an avatar, and one more step is that in a social system, the way to lower entropy in that social system is through cooperation, through caring, through building, working together. And I call that the love side. The opposite of that is the fear side. Fear is a very high entropy concept. Fear has no trust. Fear is all about self. You know, it's all about me and what can I get and how can I keep it kind of thing. It's very self-focused. Well, self-focused is not something that builds, constructs. So it cooperates. You can't get to, lowering entropy if it's just all about you and every other individuated unit of consciousness, it's all about them. Well, you're not going to lower entropy very quickly that way. But if everybody's cooperating, building, working together, now you can have a much lower entropy. So that says that what we are here for as individuated units of consciousness is to help the system evolve, and that means that we are to become more cooperative, more caring, more about other. In short, we are to become love. That's our mission here. It's why we're here. It's what we're doing. And this virtual reality that we're playing in as a player is an entropy reduction trainer, just like a flight trainer. Pilots learn to fly in flight trainers long before they ever set foot in a $500 million airplane. They go in the flight trainer first. And we are in a trainer for entropy reduction. Well, that's kind of the logical flow down to what MBT is all about. The one other thing that I wanted to explain is something that I'm going to have to raise this one thing. Let's see if I can do that. All right, so reality in this no man's sky works just the way this one does. Wherever you look, the computer sends to your screen, to you the player, information that says what's there. When you look away, that disappears. It's not saved, it's not programmed. It's recreated on the fly every time you look at it, you see? Whereas in World of Warcraft, that's programmed such that there's a program for every one of those trees. There's some bit someplace in computer code that says, there's a tree, there's its location, and this is what the tree looks like. In this no man's sky, it's not like that. When you look, you get the data, you look around, data disappears. It's not saved. When you look back, you'll get the same data. It'll recreate it, redraw it if you like, regenerate the data. So that's very much the way this one works. I was really glad when that came out because now people have something to look at that really kind of explains what it is that I'm talking about. The way that works, it's called procedural programming. And you give the program procedures. It's like objects, object-oriented programming, where you have an object and the object has certain general attributes, but you can draw random numbers that'll create all the specific attributes. Like a critter, how many legs does it have? Well, take a random draw. Anywhere from, 2, 4, 6, 8, or 10 maybe legs. And, how big is it? Take a random draw. Well, anywhere from mouse size maybe to elephant size. And so on. So all the characteristics that make it like it is are all drawn just from random draws. And because these random draws are things done in computers, if you draw that same random number, you'll get exactly that same thing back again. So all the computer has to save is this little collection of random numbers. Very small thing. And then when that person looks there again, it just loads those random numbers and there it is. Recomputes it. You see, that's procedural programming. So it's all done on the fly, as needed, and then it disappears. It's not saved in memory anywhere. Okay, so our reality works the same way. Now, when you look at something new in our reality, there has to be a way for the computer to figure out what's there. You see, just like in this no man's sky, when you look at something new for the first time, it has certain prototypes, certain objects, and certain selections of random variables that are available. But it has to pick which ones of those you're going to see. So that world isn't even created until somebody looks at it. When somebody looks at it for the first time, well, random numbers are picked, the world is generated, and that's it. And now they save those, so if anybody else looks at it, they'll get the same answer. If you look at it again, you'll see the same thing. But there might have been one of a trillion different things that it could have put there when you looked at it the first time. Because there wasn't anything planned to go there. Nothing's ever planned. You're just looking, up something comes. Well, in No Man's Sky, that's just random. What you get is just a random draw from the possibilities. What we do, and I guess it is a random draw from all the possibilities. What we do, now that we have so this is possibilities, and I have, 8 possibilities here, A through H. And each one has a certain probability of occurring. So the numbers are all relative. It doesn't matter in probability that I make this 100 or I make it 1 or I make it 500. It doesn't matter. It's the relative heights of these curves that's important. So here's the first thing that could have happened out of these 8 possibilities. So now we have something something new. We're going to look at something. We're going to open up the refrigerator door and look inside, and we don't know what's in there, something. We're going to look at a telescope into some part of the sky that's never been seen before. Somehow we're going to look for something new. 8, excuse me, I picked this up somewhere around the world, and it seems to have stuck with me. It's got 8 possibilities that could be there. Just 8 things that could be in that space. These are the probabilities of them, relative probabilities that I have numbered here. They go from 1 up to 100, 9, 15, 40, 60, 50, 25. That's the probability scale up here, going from 0 to 100. And these are just a list of the possibilities. Okay, now here's what I mean when I say a random draw from the probability distribution of the possibilities. What I mean is, if the probability of A is 25, I'm going to, see if I can draw this. I'm going to make get it to work. I'm going to make a box here. And I'm going to put a slot in it, like a raffle box. Okay. So I'm going to take 25 pieces of paper with A on them. 25 pieces of paper has a letter A on it. I'm going to throw them in this box. I'm going to take 50 pieces of paper with the letter B on it and throw them in this box. 100 pieces of paper with the letter C on it, and so throw them in this box. I finally get down here to this probability, which isn't very much, and I take 1 piece of paper with the letter H on it, throw it in that box. So I'm going to do that for all of these possibilities. Then I'm going to shake the box up, just like at a raffle, and a random draw means that you go in and draw out 1 piece of paper. That's a random draw from a probability distribution of the possibilities. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, if I do that, the thing that's most probable that I'm going to pull out of this box when I take my random draw is going to be C, because there's 100 pieces of paper in there with C on them. So I'm more likely to get C than anything else. The probability that I'm going to get an H, there's just 1. Now there's 3. If you sum over all these probabilities, the 25 plus 50 plus 160 plus 40 plus 15 plus 9 plus 1 is 300. So there's 300 pieces of paper in the box. Probability of me getting an H is 1 out of 300. See, that's the probability. 1 out of 300. Probability of me getting the C is 100 out of 300. A third. So I'm going to get 1/3 of the time. So the probability of getting a C or a D would be 160 divided by 300, because that's how many pieces of paper would have a C or a D on them. See? So that's what it means when I say a random draw from the probability distribution of the possibilities. That's how the computer knows what to put out there the first time somebody looks. Okay? Now, the reason there's only 8 possibilities here, there's some limited number of possibilities, there's a couple of things that limit it. One is the rule set. Okay, this virtual reality was created by the larger conscious system, and the way you create a virtual reality is you start with a rule set and initial conditions, and then you just let it run according to the rule set. Those initial conditions will change, and in our case, that rule sets are what we call our science, kind of the facts that run this virtual reality. And the initial conditions was that little ball of plasma that you heard about in Big Bang Theory at a tight spot somewhere, and when the run button was hit, it started to expand because it had high pressure. As it expands, it cooled, because that's the way the rule set's written. And then you got suns and planets and all of that, us, and then you got cells and people, and here we are discussing that. All that then evolves. Okay. So there's only certain things that are possible because of the rule set. It's not a possibility. So, your elf can't flap his arms and fly. That's not supported by the rule set in World of Warcraft, so it just can't happen. But if he stays underwater too long, he will drown, because that's part of the rule set too. So we have a rule set, and the rule set constrains the number of possibilities we can get. The other thing that constrains them is we have to get something that fits in with the other things we've already gotten. It can't be inconsistent. So when you open that refrigerator door, you're not going to find, a coconut palm tree growing inside. Probably not. That's not likely. You're not going to, there's some things that are just very unlikely because you live in the wrong climate. So you live up on the mountains, you're not going to see palm trees. So the probability of finding a palm tree growing, up at 10,000 feet is 0. So you have to be consistent with your surroundings. All the things that have been drawn out of this distribution before this draw. Because once you draw something out, then that comes into this reality and it stays here. That has to be consistent. Otherwise, things would kind of come in and out of existence on their own, and this wouldn't be a very good trainer. So once that random draw is made, and let's say we pull out an F, only 15 out of 300, but that's the one we got. Now, F it is. From now on, anybody looks at that same thing or measures that same thing, F is what they'll get. Because it's a fact now in this reality. Once it's a fact here, it stays here as a fact to keep the reality consistent. So that's how the system knows how to make new things. Okay, what to put in here. Now this gets real interesting, you see. It tells you that one of the key ideas is uncertainty. Because if you have a lot of uncertainty about what the possibilities could be, then you have more possibilities. If you don't have much uncertainty, the possibilities are only one of two things, A or a B. Now this just has 2 bars on it, an A or a B, and that's it. You see, now you have very few possibilities. So it depends on what the situation is. So that's how reality is made. It's made out of random draws from the database for something new, for a measurement. And because there's lots of things in our life that has a lot of uncertainty around it, we're running into these random draws all the time. This virtual reality, as I've just described it, explains lots of things. It explains the double slit experiment. Anybody here doesn't know what the double slit experiment is? Good, I don't have to explain that again. That's wonderful, yeah. Everybody's going, yeah. Okay. It explains that, because now there's just 2. It's a binary, and there's 2 things that can happen. If you know which slit that the particle went through, then you're going to get a spot right behind that slit. And if you don't know, you're going to get a diffraction pattern. That's like that. That has to be like that because there's this boundary condition between particles and waves of light, because we have light waves and now we know light's particles, and those 2 things can't be inconsistent. So as long as we know what slit it went through, then it has to act like a particle. And if we don't know, then it has to act like a wave so that it'll meet that light boundary. So it'll be the same way that light is when nobody's looking at particles. This stuff's just going through. We don't have any idea about what light waves going through a particle, going through 2 slits. So there you just have 2 things. And that's basically an explanation of the double slit experiment. Why do you get a distribution without the information? Well, because there's a boundary that has to be met, which is the optics wave understanding of the world, and because there's only 2 possibilities. So a random draw is taken from those 2 possibilities, depending on the facts of whether or not which way data, which is the which way did the particle go, depending on the which way data, it's got to be one way or the other. Okay. So once you understand the logic of how the experiment's set up, the result, you don't need to do the math. You just look at the logic and you can tell you what the result is. And that's true of all the complex quantum mechanics experiment as well. Instead of it being weird science, the shut up and calculate that was said by Dr. Feynman, Richard Feynman, you don't really have to calculate anymore once you understand virtual reality and how that applies to science. You can just look at the logic of the problem and tell what the answer is going to be, because you understand the physics of it, not just how to calculate it. All right, so these are the basics of reality. The last thing that's basic is answer the question, well, why should I care? Why is this important to me, this big picture and virtual reality and all the rest of that stuff? Okay, so that's nice, big picture theory, but why should I care? Why you should care is because you now know that you are an individuated unit of consciousness and you have a mission, and that's to lower the entropy of your personal consciousness. And by doing that, you help lower the entropy of the whole system, because you're just a piece of that system. As your consciousness lowers its entropy, the whole system lowers its entropy. So that's what we're here for. That's the game of this game that we're in. And if you play this game the way it's supposed to be played, which means lowering your entropy, you'll find that you will be a very happy person. Things will work well for you. Everything you need will just fall at your feet right when you need it. But you don't have many needs, because then you're very welcome just to take whatever comes is okay. Because it's not so much what you get as what choices do you make? What's the quality of the choice you make? Is it a low entropy choice or a high entropy choice? That's what's important. So why you should care is that it affects your everyday experience here. It makes a difference whether you are constantly struggling, unhappy, miserable, in pain. All those things are a result of making high entropy choices. Low entropy choices on the love side produces somebody who is satisfied, fulfilled, happy, at peace, having fun, just enjoying life. It's all wonderful. So that's why you should care, because remember, at the low entropy side, that's the cooperation and caring. It's about other. Love is always about other. If it's about self, it's not love. So it makes a big difference to you and your life to grow up, to evolve rather than de-evolve. So our point here is to get rid of the fear. Once you've gotten rid of the fear, what's left is love. So you don't have to actually be clever about going out and making love. I think that sounds like something else, doesn't it? You don't have to be clever about going out and growing to become love. You just have to get rid of the fear. That's what's left. All right, so that's a very short summary over the My Big Toe understanding how it works, what it is, the virtual reality aspects, and why it's important to you personally to understand this. I'm going to talk a little later about culture. We're going to talk about how culture affects quality of consciousness. And we're going to talk about an impending opportunity for all of us on this planet to take a giant step forward in the quality of our consciousness, if we just understand and can see the bigger picture. Okay, so that's what's coming. Okay, there's two on this trip of understanding consciousness and virtual reality. As you as you progress down this path, the only way to ensure that you're going to make progress rather than regress is to be open-minded and to be skeptical. Always open-minded, always skeptical. Always being skeptical means believe nothing. If it's not your experience, it's not your truth. If it's not your truth, then hold it on the side as a possibility. To make that possibility go to a 1, it's absolutely that way, or a 0, it can't possibly be that way. That's typically what belief does. Belief ends up in the 1s and 0s. Open-minded skepticism usually picks some number between the 0 and 1. This is unlikely, but maybe I'll get new data in the future that'll make it more likely. Or this is very likely, but maybe I'll get more data in the future that'll make it less likely. So you always are open to change. That's important. It's a very important attitude. If you don't have open-minded skepticism, you will end up in a trap that you can't get out of. You see, belief walls you in. When you believe you know the answer, you're no longer open to anything that is contrary to that belief. So you just shut yourself up from some of the data that you need. Okay. All right, now let's talk to culture. Something I haven't talked about very much, but culture represents group consciousness. Now, we all have our individual consciousness. In my books, I call that a free will awareness unit. That's our individual personal consciousness. Okay? But there is also a collective consciousness. And that collective consciousness, that group consciousness, depends on the groups that you identify with. If you identify as, name the group, as a graduate of a certain school, as a policeman, as a citizen of the United States, or as a, citizen of a particular city, then identifying that way connects you to all the other consciousnesses that have a similar identity. You're all identifying as the same thing. You're all connected. Because you've identified as being members of a particular group, all those groups are, or all the members of those groups are connected to each other. All those consciousnesses now have open links, if you will, to all the other consciousnesses that are members of that group. That's what makes a collective consciousness. So it's the collective consciousness is the collective of all the individual consciousnesses there. Okay. Collective conscious can be corporate. Corporations have a collective conscious. We call this collective conscious culture. Corporations have cultures. Ways of thinking, ways of being, ways of dressing, language that you use. And inside that corporation, everybody looks the same, kind of acts the same. They all share aspects of this culture. Cultures are a little hard to modify. You have a failing company and the new CEO comes in and the first thing he needs to do is change the culture. And they say that that's at least a 5-year process just to get it started. It takes 5 years to change the culture. And that's just in a corporation, which is one of the less strong cultures that you run into. It could be mob. A mob is a culture. We list all the different things because that's a group. It's a group of people. You've all watched Westerns where they, get a lynch mob and they all go out to get the bad guy, right? Well, that's the mob. It also happens in modern culture too. Often on the streets, often when people are passionate about something. But mob culture is like any other culture. It's a collective consciousness of all the people who happen to be, let's say, very angry at the same thing at the same time, and that consciousness then all gets connected, and that energy feeds back. And you'll find that the mob will act worse than any individual member of that mob. Okay? That's what's called the lowest common denominator, okay, of the quality of consciousness. So you take all the people in the mob, and they take kind of the lowest common level of consciousness quality, and that's what everybody in the mob kind of descends to that. It's not necessarily the lowest quality of the individual in the mob, but the lowest common denominator, the lowest that's common to people. And that's where that mob will function at. And like I say, it'll be worse than any of the individuals by themselves. Okay, so collective consciousness makes a difference about how we act. When you're part of a collective consciousness, you take on the attributes, the attitudes, the beliefs of that culture. So in a way, you're giving up some of your free will to belong to that culture. You now have attitudes and opinions and ways of thinking about the world that are specific to the culture. Your open-mindedness shrinks a bit around that culture. So cultures can be helpful and cultures can be negative. Depends. What's positive about cultures is that if you're in a culture with a lot of other people, you and those other people are really well coordinated. You have a lot of the same opinions. You go about things in the same way. So everything works smoothly. You can work with those people, and you don't even have to say a lot because you all kind of already know what each other's thinking, feeling, what you need, what they don't need. So things are very efficient in that system. Everything works smoothly because everybody's on the same sheet of music. That's the upside. The downside is that everybody's on the same sheet of music, and you're no longer thinking for yourself entirely. You're letting the culture doing some of your thinking. You're letting the collective tell you how to interpret the information you get. And that can be kind of risky. There are religious cultures, capitalist cultures, materialist cultures, military cultures. Think about here in New York, the policemen, the people that are out on the street, they have their own culture. They have their own way of looking at the world, the way they see things, attitudes they have. And if they don't have that when they join, they'll have it, 5 years later. It just is part of that culture. One of the most extreme cultures is probably the military culture. And the reason that one's so extreme is because it's a very strong and pretty invasive culture. When you join the military, you'll find that every detail of your life is orchestrated to help imbue the attitudes and the beliefs of that culture. Shining your shoes and keeping them, at a really high level of shine isn't going to help you in the field, do your job, but it will help you learn how to obey. It will help you to do what you're told, whether it makes sense to you or not, whether it's practical or not, just do it. So every little detail, from the uniform to how they eat, to where they go, to saluting, to the whole structure is designed to inculcate the values of the military culture. Most cultures aren't that invasive. You go to IBM or you join the police, and you're not really instructed through your daily life how you make your bed, when you get up in the morning, All the details of your life are pretty much prescribed to make that culture strong. So that when the time comes for you to be used in that culture, you will do what you're told, whether it makes sense to you or not, and you'll do it well. And you'll do it with energy and vigor and, that would be a military culture, very extreme culture. Obedience, courage, defeat the enemy at all costs, whatever it takes. Ideas like empathy, particularly empathy for the enemy, is discouraged. Dehumanization of the enemy is encouraged. So these are all parts of, say, a military culture. And as you can see, that can be fairly invasive. Okay. Now, there are social cultures, and the social cultures, that's kind of how we group up together when we live. Social cultures. There's two fundamental forms of social culture. One are those that are land and nature-based. Okay, think of old hunter-gatherer agrarian cultures. Okay, nature-based, land-based. For instance, the New Zealand Maori. I should pronounce that Maori. That's how they pronounce it. The Australian Aborigines, North, Central, and South American indigenous people. That's one set of cultures. These are old cultures for the most part. The second is large urban-based cultures, big city culture, if you will, and they mostly developed during the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution doesn't go back that far, just a few hundred years, maybe 300 years, but not that long. In the history of our evolution, it's just an eye blink, but it now is the dominant culture all over the world. Okay, cultures are created by individuals. The individuals that are within each group. Individuals are generally full of fear, full of ego, and full of beliefs. Cultures are based on common or collective beliefs, common or collective ego, and common and collective fear, as modified by evolution. That is, as modified by what works. Cultures evolve like anything else, and cultures that do things that don't work, those things disappear. The things that do work tend to stay. Carl Jung called collective consciousness archetypes. If you want to plug this into the Jungian viewpoint, it's the archetypes. And Carl Jung specified national, racial, and human cultures. These are just more groups that you might belong to a nation, belong to a race, belong to being human. So culture might be called groupthink, group mind, or just collective consciousness or archetypes. Culture is a way of being. It's a way of seeing the world. It primarily occurs at the being level, not at the intellectual level. Nobody teaches you at the intellectual level how to behave in your culture, what the cultural beliefs are. You just absorb that at the being level. If it is at the intellectual level, it's shallow and weak. That means it produces a shallow and weak attachment to the norms of the culture. Consciousness leads and the body follows. You've probably heard me say that. Consciousness is primary, the body is virtual. Okay? So one's genetic makeup, that's your avatar's genetic makeup, that's body-based memory and instincts, will over time be modified by one's culture. Okay? So your genetics are being modified, your body, your avatar and the rule set that defines that avatar are modified by your culture. And these genetic modifications are part of the evolutionary adaptation process. It's how you adapt things. The stronger your group identity, the more strongly that group's culture will affect your individual choices. So you are members of some groups, but you don't identify with them very much. Well, then their culture is going to be very weak, pull on you. Those that you identify with very strongly, like people in the military do with the military culture, then they will affect you very greatly. So culture is more than just collective consciousness. It also has a collective memory that is genetically encoded with our avatars, modifying the constraints that limit or expand our choices. Culture is both a source of accumulated knowledge and a source of accumulated belief. Also, it's a filter of information, attitude, and worldview. Culture can thus be both positive and negative, helpful and limiting, and you, as a member of your culture, receive it all as a single package. You don't get to pick and choose what parts of your culture you like and dislike. All of it will affect you, whether you're aware of it or not. So, again, take a note about how culture modifies or preempts your free will to some extent. Whether you realize it or not, you resonate with your culture, or at least parts of it. It is an integral part of your identity. It's an integral part of your personality. Okay, so that your level of attachment has two components. One, how strongly you identify with the group, and two, the extent to which your culture is embedded within your genetic makeup. Culture defines preset patterns within our personal consciousness that affect both our interpreting and our processing of information. So we interpret and process information to form our reality. And those interpretations and that processing is informed by culture. Culture is basically a set of beliefs, ego, fears that represent the majority attitudes of the people that share your group that you identify with. Okay, cultures, because they're belief-based, are irrational. You don't express your culture because you think about it and do it intellectually. You just do it. It's not a reasoned response. It's just a response that makes it irrational. Okay. The thing about irrationality, you can also attach irrationality to fear. Fear is always irrational. Now, I know some people say, no, it isn't. You know, if I see a bear, I'll run, and that's rational, and that's fear. No, that's not the way it works. You see a bear, you'd best be rational, because if you do what your fear tells you, which is run, the bear will chase you, because that's what predators do. They chase things that run from them. It's a part of their prey drive to do that. So that fear will get you hurt, not help you. Running away from the bear is not the clever thing to do. You have to read about bears and see what you should do. Should you stare at them? Should you walk away slowly? Should you, get out your air horn or your pepper spray or, whatever else, go up a tree? Well, being aware, you see, being intelligent, having an intelligent response is a rational response. Fear response is always an irrational response. Ego is a derivative of fear. Ego is always irrational. Beliefs, for the most part, are a derivative of fear. Beliefs are always irrational. All those things are just things that you do, you act, you express those things. You don't think about it. You just do it. The thing about being irrational is we have to understand that you cannot change somebody's mind who is coming from a position of fear, a position of ego or belief, with a rational argument. You see, you have an irrational expression. Rational arguments have no effect. So how many times have we watched some kind of dysfunctional behavior and said, how could they do that? It's so obvious, that's just not the way it is. Well, what you're being is rational. You're doing an analysis of the ups and downs and what, other ways that it could have been done and why that isn't a good idea. The people doing it, if they're working out of their beliefs or their ego or their fear, it's irrational. And to go up to that and say, excuse me, you really shouldn't be doing it this way. You ought to be doing it the other way, and give them a rational argument. And you'd say, well, as soon as I tell them the rational argument, they'll say, oh, I see. Thank you very much, and change their ways. It doesn't work like that. You cannot make any progress by trying to change irrational expression by a rational argument. It doesn't work. Okay. These mob dynamics don't only work with mobs. It's true of all cultures that the individuals, particularly if they're angered or stressed or pushed or put under pressure, okay, or perceive that they're threatened, no matter what the culture is, they tend to express the lowest common denominator within their collective mind. What that tells us is that civilization represents a very thin veneer. It's kind of coated on top of each one of us. And we look at ourselves and we say, well, we're pretty civilized. We know all the rules of being polite. We know how to interact. We have social skills. And that works fine as long as this list that says stressed, pushed, put under pressure, perceived threat, when those things happen, well, all of that disappears. It's gone. That's your being civilized is just a real thin veneer over top of what you really are. That civilization, that being polite, we tend to do that out of our intellects for the most part. We've been trained, this is nice behavior, this is polite behavior, don't do this, don't do that, and we think about it and we do it and it becomes a habit. But belief runs at a deeper level than that, so does fear and ego. And that learned behavior disappears when being level, fear-based stuff comes up. Then we all tend to degenerate to the lowest common denominator of whatever culture we're talking about. Whether we're a policeman and it's the police culture, or whether we're a citizen of the U.S. and it's the U.S. culture, or whatever our culture is, or whether it's the military culture. Speaking of military culture, I think that's a job that has a lot of stress, has a lot of anger, a lot of pressure, and a lot of perception that you're threatened. That's kind of the definition of what that job is like. Okay. So there are risks and advantages of belonging to a culture. It's easy to remove someone from their culture, but much more difficult to remove the culture from an individual. You've probably all heard that you can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl. Well, that's true for all sorts of cultures, not just the culture of our agrarian country. Even the lightest and less threatening of cultures in corporations take 5 years to change. Cultures that run deeper than that, a lot harder to change. Okay, so for example, I'm using this military as an example because it's extreme. And understanding the extremes sometimes helps us understand where we are, even though we're just partway up that line to that extreme. So the military culture is an extremely strong and deep culture for the reasons we've talked about. It's designed to be that way. Every element of it, just about every minute of every day, that's reinforced in that culture. So, what happens when that soldier gets out of the Army or Navy, wherever it is? He's not in that culture anymore. Okay? You've taken the soldier out of the military culture. Okay, but because that culture is so strong, he's going to have a strong disorientation he's going to find himself a fish out of water. He'll have to deal with guilt. He'll have to deal with things that were fine, okay, even necessary under the old culture, aren't so fine, okay, or necessary in a new culture. See? And the thing is, if we only judged our actions in the old culture by the standards of the old culture, then guilt wouldn't be a problem. But we don't. We always judge our actions by whatever culture we're in at the present time. So when you get out of that military service, you start judging your actions based on your new culture, which is quite different. And then that creates guilt and other issues. Consciousness leads and the body follows. Remember, your culture modifies your DNA, modifies your genetics. It also modifies the structure of your central nervous system. Your brain and central nervous system adjusts to reflect your consciousness. Doesn't have to change by much, depends on what support, but your body, your avatar, will modify itself. Remember, this is a virtual reality. It will modify itself to express what you, the consciousness, are. So if you live under stress and very violent situations, or even if you just go see horror movies all the time, your central nervous system will adjust, will change to that level of fear that you carry with you. It will adapt to that environment of fear, that environment of stress. It will adapt to your culture. So not only do these folks, when they get out of the military, feel like fish out of water, have difficulty with things they did that were necessary there, with the way they look at it now, which gives them guilt and all kinds of other personal issues. But they've got now a central nervous system and brain that is tuned and optimized for that military culture, not for this culture. So they've got hardware problems as well as software problems. On top of that, you have kind of a rough environment in that military environment where you hear a lot of loud noises. A lot of things go boom when you're in that environment. That boom is a shock wave. That shock wave shakes your brain. And those explosions, even just firing weapons, even if it's just in practice, whatever, all of that helps modify your physical brain. There's brain damage done by those shocks. Anything that jerks the skull will eventually, if you do it enough, will cause brain damage. We've seen that with our athletes, right? If you've seen the movie about the football players and the head injuries that they get and what that leads to for many of them. We've known for a long time about boxers. They get punch drunk, right? It affects their central nervous system because of the shocks that they take. So the way that works is that the rule set says that, let's put it this way. The body, the virtual body, sets constraints on the player, on the consciousness. So if you have brain damage, then that just changes the constraints on the consciousness. Not that your consciousness is damaged, but the rule set says this avatar now can only do these things in this way. Tends to think like this, tends to interpret the data this way instead of that way. So now your avatar, your virtual avatar, reflects those changes in your system. So you have the physical body adapting itself to the consciousness to support the consciousness, however that consciousness is. And then, of course, the rule set doesn't change that quickly. The consciousness itself could change its mind on a dime, but it's got this avatar that takes a long time to get over cultures and those genetic modifications and those modifications to the brain. So now we wonder why a lot of our soldiers, have that, the PTSD. They've got a lot of issues when they come out that have to do with changes to their central nervous system because of their culture, brain damage because of all the the bangs that they hear, the acoustic waves that give them a punch, all the explosions that, whether it's again in training or whether it's in the field, they have all of that stuff to deal with. And on top of all of that, remember, culture and all the stuff is at the being level. It's not at the intellectual level. So you can't sit down and say, oh, it's all right, it's just your culture. And you see, you know, relax, everything's going, you can't, that's an intellectual process. Yes, you can intellectually explain it all away and make them feel better about it. Doesn't do any good whatsoever. That's intellectual. That's not where the problem is. You can't affect an irrational expression with an intellectual argument. So not only do they have all these problems, but they're stuck with them to have to get over them themselves at the being level. Okay. So I particularly included the military example here just to show you how cultures can affect us. Okay, that is a strong one. That's a dramatic one. That's probably one of the most dramatic and strongest cultures that we do in our society that affects people. But you can see culture has a very big effect on people. It changes you. It changes your system. To a lesser degree, your being a member of any other culture also changes you. But that's just a lighter touch because you're not affected as strongly by perhaps your national culture or your culture at work. But all the same things are in play. All the same things are happening to you. They're just happening at a lesser level. It's easier for me to describe the military, and everybody can nod their head and do that. If I describe that about your culture at work, you work at IBM, and in IBM everybody wears a white shirt and everybody does this and that, and they talk alike and so on. All right, that's a culture, but it does all those same things. It affects your central nervous system. All right, let's talk about social cultures and how they affect the quality of our individual and our collective consciousness. Land-based or natural or nature-based cultures like the Maori or the Aborigines people of Australia, they are typically old cultures with a strong genetic connection to their land and to nature. Okay? The reason they have such a strong genetic connection to their land and nature is they had been, past tense for the most part, on that same land, dealing with that same nature for millennia. Many of these cultures are thousands of years old. And over thousands of years, in a culture, it tends to dig more deeply into one's genetics, into one's hardwiring in one's avatar. Okay. So these have strong influences of culture on such peoples. Okay. A land nature-based environment typically tends to produce a deep culture that is not primarily self-focused at the individual level. It encourages a bigger picture where each human sees himself as a part of a larger, natural, interconnected whole. An interconnected web of life and responsibility to others and to the whole. This generates a deep culture of intra-tribal cooperation, other-centeredness, shared responsibility, while living in harmony with the environment. Okay? Now, intra-tribal means within a tribe. Okay? Intra-tribal interactions are likely to be caring, cooperative, responsible, and love-based. Unfortunately, intertribal, tribe against tribe, is likely to be constant warring, self-centered behavior at the tribal level rather than at the individual level. So there's no illusion that deep cultures centered on the land and based in nature must be populated by higher than average quality of consciousness, but only that they are just one important step ahead of their big city dwelling brothers, because at least within their tribe, they have this sense of connectedness and oneness and sharing. On the other hand, an industrialized big city environment tends to produce a shallow culture
that is primarily self-focused at the individual level. It encourages a little picture wherein each human sees himself as an independent agent in competition with others for scarce resources. His everyday life is disconnected from the big picture. He feels responsible only for himself, his dependents, his loved ones. This environment produces a shallow culture of everyone for himself, self-centered, fear-based, arrogant individualism, taking maximum advantage of the environment and of each other for the purpose of personal gain. Indigenous people, that means, the word indigenous just means the original people. And if you have to define somebody as the original people, that kind of implies that there's something else now that is the dominant people that are not the original people. Well, the indigenous people, for the most part, have been displaced by a more dominant culture. They tend to belong to cultures that are connected to the land and to nature. I'm talking about the Maori, the Bushmen of Australia, what we call the American Indians, but basically the indigenous people of North, Central, and South America. The environment they evolved in for millennia is in their soul. It defines them. It's the source of their culture. It's the foundation of their existence. It should be clear why driving such people off their ancestral land is so destructive to them. It's like amputating a part of their soul. Disorienting, confusing, makes them vulnerable. And then the dominant culture offers them a comparative shallow individualist culture of the industrialized city as a marvelous opportunity to better themselves. That brings us to the subject of a clash of cultures. Cultures evolve just like everything else. Some go extinct while others thrive and become dominant. As always, those who can successfully adapt will survive. Trying to maintain things as they were in the past is not a viable option, not in the long term. Change is the only certainty we have in life. Adapt or die is the ultimatum delivered by evolution. There are no exceptions. The land or nature-based cultures are casualties of the Industrial Revolution. They're moving toward extinction as large, viable cultures. Hopefully, they will survive as small, more or less isolated cultures, a reminder of our roots, a living challenge to the rest of us to one day establish a human tribe based on the big picture values of caring, cooperation, and responsibility. The spiritual core of any successful big picture culture is that culture's most significant product. It's the values, the love, the caring, the cooperation and harmony, the deep respect for all things. These are the core cultural values that need to be reimagined and re-engineered to form the foundation of the dominant culture within the dawning information age. It's an interesting story how we ended up here going to New Zealand and then to Australia and then to India and then to Germany and then to New York. It all started when a Maori chieftain from New Zealand called up Keith Warner at MBT Events and said, "How can I get Tom to come to New Zealand?" And Keith asked him, why that was so important to him. And he said, well, he had read the book, My Big Toe, and found that the philosophy in My Big Toe was a real good fit for ancient Maori understanding of life and reality, their kind of spiritual culture and how they got on. He says, there's a real good fit. And he wanted me to come and talk to his people because he wanted them to see that their ancient culture was substantiated by modern science. See, here's a physics guy talking about the Maori culture. And of course that was the original idea then that started off the whole Cultural Connection tour thing. And if you're going to New Zealand, and then you might as well go to Australia because that's just next door, Now you're halfway around the world already. You might as well go back the other side rather than go back the way you came. So that's how we ended up with a cultural connection tour. Well, I had heard that sort of thing many, many times. Most often when I give these talks, somebody will come up and say, Tom, if you've been studying, it could be Zen Buddhism. And I'll say, well, not particularly. I know of it, but I've not studied it. And they say, well, I've been studying it for 15 years. And what you're saying is exactly what I've learned about Zen Buddhism. And I've had that said to me about, shamanism, Kabbalah, Sufism, and it goes on and on and on. Gnosticism. These are all probably what's called the mystical sides of many of the world's religions. And I hear it about books. I hear that a lot. Well, each of these unique understandings that I hear from, the reason they find themselves, they find something in MBT that supports them. You see, that justifies what they've known all along from their deep histories that go back thousands of years. So MBT seems to be inclusive to all the isms and all the ways of seeing the world, whether it's as disparate as a shaman talking about taking the form of a wolf and running through the countryside and flying like the eagle and doing other things that shaman do, divining the future, and so on. They find structure in MBT that supports those kinds of ideas. So the concept of an MBT cultural connection tour was born to speak to Khepa's initial objective, but to do so in a way that, one, put the world's ancient wisdom into a useful context within the modern science and technology of the coming information age, a process that will facilitate the integration of that ageless wisdom into the dominant culture of today. That's the big city culture. And secondly, to stimulate a cross-cultural understanding and dialogue about the dramatic opportunities for fundamental change, for an awakening of spirit and assimilation of a big picture understanding on a massive scale, one that uses the weight and credibility of accepted hard science to facilitate a giant step towards spiritual growth or big picture awareness across a large section of humanity. Such cross-cultural growth would represent a significant global increase in the quality of consciousness in the near future, a new attitude among the masses toward getting serious about evolving the quality of our shared experience on this planet. I'm talking about a unique opportunity that is coming together in the near future. It's not a given, it's just an opportunity, one that must be seized when the time is right, to make this world a better place in which to live and grow and thrive. Together, globally, we can make a big difference. Together, we can define the future and guide its arrival. Apart, we will most likely remain in the margins of our various individual cultures, waiting for change to come to us, or actively trying to peddle our own regional or personal viewpoints to the world at large. Apart and unaware, we will find ourselves behind the power curve of useful action, unable to take full advantage of this global opportunity. Well, all of the above gives meaning and some urgency to this topic of consciousness and the cultural connection. We're at the beginning of a transition between ages. The culture spawned by industrial evolution is giving way to a new culture that is in the initial process of being spawned by the information revolution. Such transitions create times of great upheaval and great change, great fear and great hope. They are full of uncertainty, opportunity, and most of all, they're full of potential. In the end, they will be what we make of them, one individual choice at a time. They will unerringly and accurately represent the quality of us. If that is not a comforting thought, Now is the time during this transition. Now is the time, the optimal time, to encourage and guide change. Change that's coming. What we now call Western culture, because it originally was a derivative of European culture, is a relative newcomer as cultures go. It coalesced in many parts of the world during the Industrial Revolution. It's based on control, power, economic production. Its focus was on the outside world. A little picture world of fear, ego, and belief, of want, need, scarcity, and profit. However, it produced a cornucopia of useful machines and gadgets. Material progress and money mattered, while big picture characteristics like humility, unconditional love, morality, ethics, caring, compassion, and cooperation took a back seat to profits and to individual as well as collective desires for power and control. The indigenous, spiritual, or big picture understanding that had been rooted in Europe, the Americas, Australia, and New Zealand was generally disregarded and eventually pushed into the margins of the larger society. Although the West's materialistic and militaristic intrusions into Africa, India, and Asia were less culturally intrusive in the long run, life was never quite the same anywhere after material progress and goods became more essential to one's life than understanding and being an integral part of the big picture. Western materialism, no longer just Western, is the materialism generated during the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution, backed by the power of its material inventions and dynamic economies, quickly spread its little picture of existence all over the world. In the last 3 centuries, materialism has greatly reduced big picture thinking, big picture knowing, and big picture living from the everyday experience of most people. Only a thin, mostly intellectual layer of belief and tradition now meet the average person's need for a deeper meaning to existence. Thus it came to pass that a shallowly rooted, ubiquitous, modern culture of doing that is centered within the little picture of individual material wants and needs and focused on the ego's desire for control and power eventually dominated and later marginalized many ancient cultures of being that were centered in the big picture of all that is and were focused on the relationship between nature, the source, and the self. Without deep roots providing a bigger picture of reality, the energetic and often arrogant doers and makers of the Industrial Revolution vigorously breathed new life into the self-centered religion of materialism. During the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, a newly arisen class of scientists became its high priests. Most everyone who could jumped on the industrialism bandwagon to share in its material bounty. Today, I think it's safe to say that materialism has more committed fundamentalist believers than all the world's religions put together. Materialism is dedicated to the belief that the little material picture is the only picture there is. All notions of a bigger picture, that there is more to reality than material process, are dismissed as gullibility and delusion fed by ignorance. And watch any news program tonight to see where this belief has taken us. To significantly change what you're likely to see on the news, we individually and collectively must grow up. That means we must acquire a big picture understanding. Let go of fear, ego, and belief, improve the quality of our consciousness, grow spiritually, and this growth, change, understanding must be at the being level. The being level is who we are at our core. That's the being level. Not who we think we are and what we think we should be doing, which is at the intellectual level. The intellectual level is what you tell yourself. It's generally dominated by your ego and your beliefs. To make good choices, one must first see the possibilities and the oneness that connects us all, and then live a life that expresses that bigger, more profound understanding. With this understanding, we humans need to begin building a new, invigorated cultural base at the level of human culture that reflects our connection and our oneness within the bigger picture of all humanity. That is, that reflects our common heritage and common purpose as individuated units of consciousness. Perhaps now you will see why we call this the Cultural Connection Tour. By day's end, I will offer you a completely inclusive and open big picture view that should help all of us to manage the cultural change at the big picture human level that is about to overtake us in the near future, that is, in just a few decades. And to succeed, that is, to avoid diverging into parochial, self-focused chaos of competing little picture subcultures, we will need to be connected in a fundamental way across most of our planet's major cultures and traditions. The core purpose of my talk today is to encourage people to become more aware of this bigger picture of oneness within the context of a most singular opportunity to significantly alter the course of human evolution in the next several decades. Big change is brewing, and it's the scientists, mostly physicists, the highest of the high priests of materialism, who, strangely enough, are going to be the ones stirring the pot and enabling the coming change to occur on a massive global scale. This is the change that all of us together need to manage wisely. Okay, now the big picture, concepts of big picture have been around in our planet, have been around in humanity for 2,500 years, more than that, 3,000 years. People have seen the bigger picture. 2,500 years ago, the Buddha claimed that this physical reality was an illusion. It was just another way of saying it was a virtual reality. These concepts have been not just in the East, but they sprouted up all over this globe, East and West, North and South. People have understood the nature of our reality in terms of big pictures. That's because we're consciousness. As consciousness, the attributes of consciousness and how it works is available to all of us. It just takes somebody who's paying attention and listening and growing to uncover these truths. So they're not owned by any particular group. They're ubiquitous. They're all over. But they've always been in the margins. It's always been outside the mainstream. You have often a founder who did the work, who connected to the larger conscious system, who understood how it worked. He tried to explain that to other people who sort of understood how it worked. And then that grows, and more people come, and some learn and some don't. But as time goes on, it tends to get diluted. It tends to be put into metaphors of the time, language of the time, and finds its niche among a local area and a local people. But it hasn't ever seemed to make it into the mainstream. By mainstream, I mean the big culture, the masses, the largest, at least a majority of the 7.5 billion of us that are here. It's always been fragmented. And worse than that, the various fragments have been struggling with each other, fighting with each other. Which one's right and which one's wrong. My God's bigger than your God. This sort of childish competition that we've had. So it's not that there aren't many of us who see big pictures. It's that we've all been fragmented. We've all been parochialized into smaller ideas about the big picture. We've been distracted with dogma. We've been distracted with rituals, and we have not been potent as a force together. Things can change now. For the first time in human history, we have the technology to talk to each other, to see each other. The world is shrinking. The world used to be this big, and now because of the internet, it's only this big. And it's getting smaller and smaller every day as that technology improves. One day, it's going to get shrunk down to about the size of a tribe or a family, which is supportive of all of us caring about each other. All of us seeing that we're all part of that same family. It's not there yet, but the process is going. The technology is now available for that. Now we take that technology and that sense of that yearning that's widespread for a bigger picture, for something that talks to us about value, something that talks to us about purpose. Everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but most people have that sense. They would like to have understanding of their purpose and their value. They'd like to be able to say what's important and what's not. Understand, right from wrong, and see that in terms of a big picture that's inclusive of everybody. So there's a lot of need and there's a lot of understanding out there. It's just all scattered. It's all separate. It's all relegated to the margins. In the near future, that is going to change. The idea of, maybe I should put it this way, spiritual ideas, or the ideas that there's something bigger than just this physical reality, is going to become available in mass, I'd say, within the next couple of decades. That is going to be a change that will be enormous in its philosophical, sociological impact on human beings. It's going to be enormous. That change is coming as the physicists see virtual reality as the right answer. Better physics. When that happens, there's this question that the scientists will not look at. They will turn away from that question because it doesn't fall in their box. But a lot of that 7.5 billion of us out there are not going to miss it. And that is, if this is a virtual reality, and if the source of the virtual reality has to be some other reality frame, if the source can't be here, then that means that there's some other source that is non-physical to us, of which we are, we're the subset. We're the result of something else non-physical that's bigger than us. Well, that sounds almost religious, doesn't it? But this is the high priests of science telling us this. You can believe it when the high priests of science tell you, because that's their job. They tell us what to believe. You see? So now the elements are all coming together. You have an internet that news and ideas and concepts that used to stay local, now, wow, like that, they go out to the world. They migrate out to the world very quickly. News travels fast these days. It's not localized anymore. This is a world community as far as our communications go. That's different. We have lots and lots of people ready for that kind of information, needing something bigger than just this physical problem, just this physical universe. And we have science saying, yea, verily, there is a source that is non-physical, that is more fundamental than this reality. You see, that's quite the opportunity. This is going to be a paradigm shift amongst the general culture, not just a paradigm shift among the scientists. I mean, we've had paradigm shifts among the scientists back when Ptolemy was looking at the sun being the center of our solar system, not the Earth. And then we had Galileo, and we had Copernicus before that. And then we get Newton, and then we get quantum mechanics, and then we get Einstein and his relativity. And all of these were big paradigm shifts in science. And they all affected us a little bit, but very, very slowly. Not a lot of cultural impact of quantum mechanics and relativity. Not a lot of social impact of even Newtonian physics. There was some social impact about the sun being the center of our solar system instead of the Earth, but not really very much. Just out in philosophical and theological circles, it made some impacts, but it didn't really hit us at a level that made a big difference to a lot of people at the same time. But virtual reality will, because we have an internet, because we communicate with each other. This will be a paradigm shift that you take all the paradigm shifts I just mentioned and add them together and multiply by 10, and that still won't be nearly as big as this one that's coming. When you have a paradigm shift that big, it opens up lots of room for motion, lots of room for change. That's what we're going to see in the next couple of decades, I think. So it's a big opportunity for us. Never before has a human race been able to have all of these things come together. It's always been these little bits and pieces all over the place. But now we kind of have it all together. So it is our first opportunity ever for our race to take a great leap forward as far as our understanding of bigger pictures. And it's going to happen more or less in our lifetime. We're in the lifetimes of people who are going to be on this planet in the next couple of decades. We're going to see this opportunity unfold. It can unfold in many ways. It can unfold, in ways where we continue to try to tie the new knowledge to old forms of control and power. We can get into a back to the religious wars of the 15, 16, hundreds. That was my God's better than your God, or my God's the real God and yours isn't. Well, this one would be my God's a better programmer than your God. That would be the big contention, that super system that has birthed us, the subsystem. Everybody will want to take ownership of that. So we could use this opportunity to take a few steps backward, or we could use this opportunity to take a couple of big steps forward if we have the right concepts spread widely enough that people quickly can come to the idea that, okay, it's a virtual reality and it's computed in elsewhere. That means we are consciousness, not physical bodies. And that means that this larger consciousness system is also the computer. So if we see that idea, and we see that this consciousness system is not supernatural, but just a natural system trying to survive, trying to lower its entropy, grow its information. If we have that viewpoint, then we'll skip the big, my God's a better programmer than your God discussion, and we'll pass go and collect $200. We will be in a place that is much better, because though the old culture will try to persist, and though we are both genetically and psychologically programmed to further that old culture, there is such a broad understanding of bigger pictures spread through these bubbles of enlightenment that have been around forever. Lots and lots of people. And there's such a hunger for something bigger that makes sense, that if we can put forward a story that does make sense, I think we'll see that a lot of people will reach for it. A lot of people will accept it. A lot of people will find that it explains their own experience, that the old ways couldn't. I think a survey that was done in the US asking people had they ever experienced anything paranormal got a 75 to 80% yes. See, a lot of people have experiences, but they can't explain them. It doesn't make any sense to them. So you get an idea, a concept that actually makes sense and explains their experience. That will be helpful. That builds credibility. So these paradigm shifts will have to be several in number. You'll have to start with, this is a virtual reality. The next paradigm shift has to be that, consciousness is the computer. And the last shift needs to be, love is the answer. Now, it's a little harder to get that last one. It's not quite as obvious as the first two. But once you see consciousness as a social system among individuated units of consciousness that are players in this game, then it becomes obvious that love is the answer, that the only way a social system can reduce its entropy is through cooperation, through caring, being about other, and that being about self takes you to the place that we live now. It takes you to a place that's full of struggle and pain. So I think we're going to have a huge opportunity in the next couple of decades to make this world of ours on a global scale a much kinder, gentler place that understands a bigger picture. So you see, we've had these cultures, and we had the indigenous people with deep cultures that understood bigger pictures. It was in their genetics, it was in their bones, it was in their life. They understood it. They got marginalized, put out into the margins. Then we had the Industrial Revolution that came along, and everybody got more self-centered, more focused on them, more competitive, and we ended up with a very shallow culture that was dominated by materialism. Okay. And now we're going to blow that concept of materialism into pieces with virtual reality. When that happens, you see, it's what you've done is you've just taken that rug that everybody's been standing on, and you're going to jerk it right out from under them. Everybody will be wondering then, they'll be, the foundation that they depended on is broken. It's not there anymore. All right, what do I attach to? What is my foundation? That's what this world's going to be like sometime in the next couple of decades. That's the question we're going to be. And what are we going to do with that? How are we going to take that opportunity and turn it into something good in the short term? Now, in the long term, we're going to get there anyway. In the long term, we're going to make it to that place of caring. The one global family of humanity, all one tribe. We're going to get to that mentality sooner or later. I, for one, would like to get there sooner rather than later. The reason I say that is that this system is evolving. Evolution is tenacious. Evolution just keeps on cranking until it finds the more efficient, the higher quality solution. Until it does, it just keeps moving on. So we've been doing this now for, I guess if you look at modern man, for about 100,000 years. If you look at for where we came from, a couple of million years, we've been on this path of evolution to the human species. And only now have we had this opportunity. We've been working all this time just for this opportunity. So the way it turns out is that materialism that created this shallow, self-centered, arrogant culture is also creating an opportunity and the technology to support that opportunity that's going to be the antidote to that self-centered, narrow-minded, little picture culture. And there wasn't any other way to get there. You see, until we can shrink this world down to a place where we see each other as human beings, which we see that now. As other people suffer on the other side of the planet, it used to be, they're they were almost like imaginary people. You know, we didn't have any of this mass communications. It's hard to care for imaginary people. It's hard to care for people that are only somebody told you about them. But people that you can see their misery, that you can look into their eyes, that's different. So we are shrinking. We are beginning to see each other as human beings, not just somebody else that lives someplace else, not my problem. We're beginning to feel connected to all these people everywhere. That's the technology that's doing to us. So even though the land and nature-based cultures had that bigger picture, at least on the intra-tribal level, they were marginalized. We overran them with our city culture, with our industrial revolution culture. But now that same culture that's created all the dysfunction that you see on your news every night has also created a solution to that dysfunction. And there wasn't any other way to get here. So we had to endure all that dysfunction in order to get to the place where we could grow above it. We wouldn't have got here even if we all just remained in land-based, nature-based cultures. We'd still be warring with each other tribe to tribe, you see. We wouldn't have gotten here. We had to go through this period of agony, if you will, greed, in order to come out the other end. So we're about to have this opportunity to come out that other end. And what comes out of it is going to be what we make it. And not just we, humanity, but pretty much we, people that are here, are going to be alive for the next couple of decades. It's what we make it. It's a very significant time to be alive. A very interesting time to be part of humanity on this planet. Okay. Well, where we are now is that virtual reality is just coming into its own. Okay. And unfortunately today, we observe science kicking and screaming as it's drugged to a bigger picture of reality. It's being drugged by the force of its own experiments. That's what's dragging it to this picture. It's being drugged by the younger people that are entering its gates, and hopefully by you and I and the people we talk to through the pressure of a growing, more enlightened population. We already have very large numbers. What we lack is vision, connectedness, and cooperation. And it's toward developing that shared vision that I'm here today. Connectedness and cooperation must be individual choices. Real change must first take place on the individual level. So it seems that our or the world's 3 or 4 centuries of steadily sinking deeper into a worldwide, fear-based, little picture, materialistic stupor of corporate-sponsored consumerism also provided us with the technological advances that are absolutely necessary to bring us to a new scientific understanding of consciousness. It is this understanding that will one day, perhaps in our lifetimes, usher in a kinder, gentler, more spiritual place for us to live in. A global space where caring, humility, empathy, cooperation, compassion, and love will become the core values of human culture, the human tribe. It's interesting that we as individuals and we as a race show the same sort of behavior. That is that until we experience enough dysfunction, enough pain, enough misery, we don't seem to get off the dime and go do anything about it. So we're like that individually. Pain is the great teacher. When you have no pain, you tend to kind of kick back and say, let the good times roll, and nobody's real anxious to go out and make change when everything is feeling good. But when the pain comes, now one starts looking around and saying, something has to change. And I think out of that 7.5 billion people, there's probably at least 5 billion of them that are saying that right now. They're saying something's got to change. There's something really wrong with the way we're living. So we need to learn to cooperate. We don't need to all have the same ideas. We don't need to all think the same thoughts. That's not the point. We need our diversity. Diversity is important. I'm not talking about that we all have the same ideas or the same philosophy even. What I'm saying is we just need to cooperate with each other. We need to care about each other. We need to see the humanity in each other. We need to connect on a individuated unit conscious to individuated conscious. Keep all your old isms, whatever they are, that's fine. But we need to relate with more kindness and caring to each other. And I think that's coming. We see it now with the awful things that are happening around the world. We're aware of them now. We see them now. We do care more. That's growing. And in another decade or two, that's just going to be a lot more that way than it is now. Okay, so what a time to be alive. This is a very interesting situation we find ourselves in. Together, and only together, can we take advantage of this singular moment in time. A time when the future is more pregnant with possibility for a giant step in the evolution of human consciousness quality than any time in the history of man. A time when all the necessary elements for success are finally in place. The dominoes are set up and ready to fall. All we lack is the vision, the connectedness, and the will required to individually grow up enough, that is, get rid of sufficient fear, ego, and beliefs to prevent this unfolding opportunity from degenerating into a high-entropy, self-serving power grab. Think about it. After 1 million years of evolution, actualization of a potential great leap forward in consciousness quality may fall to those of us living in this world over the next 20 years. The big question is, what will we intend? What will we do to express that intent? The only certainty is this: what we will end up with is what we deserve. That's the only certainty. Because the system, however it recreates itself, however our culture changes when these big change happens, that will be an accurate representation of us, we the humans. What we end up with is going to be a reflection of who we are. And we can't help that. That's just the way the world works. So this is a very special time. And that's the message I've been taking around the world to these various places, that this is a special time and we need to be aware of it. Just being aware that this is a special time, just being aware that these things are building and these pressures are rising for change is a large part of the solution. Just being aware of it. So when it happens, because when big paradigm shifts happen, there's lots of confusion. There's lots of dislocation. And when the rug gets pulled out of, from under people who've been standing on it for 3 centuries, it's going to create a lot of dysfunction in the short term. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a bigger picture there, somewhere nearby, that people could grab hold of, that people could anticipate? Oh yeah, I remember. Somebody told me this was coming, and this is what it was going to be like. No, let's not do that power grab. Let's take advantage of this and make it into something, some place we really want to live in. So I'm trying to spread that word as much as possible. And I suspect that most of you will do that too. Not that you have to tap people on the arm and give them lectures, but just living your life. The solution lies in you, in changing you. Not going out and changing other people. The only person you can change is you. You can't change somebody else. You can put information into their intellect, but that doesn't change them. To change them, they have to grow up. Growing up is a personal thing, not something you can do for someone else. But if you grow up, you'll help all the people you associate with grow up. Remember, we started this talk on cultures about group mind. Well, all of the people you associate with, you're netted with them, just in the fact that they're in your group. They're your associates. As you grow up, you'll help them grow up. You'll give them an environment that makes it easier for them to grow themselves up. So the whole thing starts with us as individuals. It's not a, how do we organize this and go out and change the world? That won't change the world. It's how do we change ourselves? That will change the world. That's the only thing that will change the world, is changing ourselves. So it's not about going out there and doing something. It's about being different. And when you're different, others will be different. They will change others yet to be different. And this thing has a chance of growing, even if just the intellectual understanding of what's impending and what's coming is commonly known. That would make a big difference. People could anticipate, because when the rug gets jerked out from under you, it's a different thing if you know it's about to be jerked out from under you and you get ready for it and prepare yourself for it than it is if suddenly you find yourself flying through the air upside down. What in the heck is going on here? And then fear starts to creep in, because uncertainty creates fear. People are afraid of what they don't understand. And when this big paradigm shift happens, there'll be a lot of fear generated as well if they're not prepared. So that's my main message on this tour. I know some of you have heard it before. I've said it other times, but I haven't said it quite as completely or tied it into our culture so much to show that it's not just an idea. It's how we're evolving as consciousness. It's how we're growing. Like I say, we will get there someday, but the idea that we could do it in a few decades, maybe even the next century, in the 21st century, that would be fantastic. The idea that it might take 2 or 3 more millennia, that's kind of a sad thought, that we would continue to go through what we're going through and that it would get worse before it gets better for that long. So let's make some resolve to grow up, change ourselves. That's the only solution. Well, that is basically my message that I came here to tell you. And we're going to do some Q&A now after a break. Are we not getting close to a break time? Yeah, we're getting close to a break time. So a lunch break, which is a happy break. So we'll do Q&A next. And then at the end of the day, I could give it to you now. I might as well, since I have about 8 minutes. I'm going to give you some homework for tomorrow. Tomorrow, what we're going to do is learn how to interact with, use, and get connected to the larger consciousness system. It's going to be all experiential, not me lecturing to you. It's going to be doing and experiencing. And the reason I do that is because I tell everybody, don't believe a word I tell you, because believing it won't help you. Don't disbelieve it. That won't help you either. You have to go find out. It has to be yours. Remember, if it's not your experience, it can't be your truth. So part of your growing up process is to make this larger consciousness system your truth. And part of that is experiencing it, how it works. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. So we're going to experience some of how it works. We're going to learn how to remote view. We're going to learn how to heal. We're going to learn how to communicate with people, both people who are physical on this planet here and people who have been physical but deceased, and people who've never been here, don't even know this place exists. So we're going to talk to all those kinds of people. And I'm going to tell you how to use these skills, how to develop them, what the key ideas are, what the right approach is, and then we're going to practice some of them. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the fun day. Yeah, this is the listen to Tom day, But tomorrow is the fun day. We get to do a lot of fun things. So the homework is going to be, think of someone that you'd like to have a heart-to-heart conversation with. Somebody who you'd really like to communicate with at a deep level, but find that very hard to do for one reason or another. For an example, like talking to your teenagers, that's hard to do sometimes. But if you'd really like to have a heart-to-heart, you can do that. Also, I'd like you to come with the first name and initial of two individuals that you know of who need physical healing. Now, if these are individuals whose physical problem is something that is, I don't know how to say this, that is visually obvious, if you could see physical problems, if you were an X-ray machine or a sound machine, if you could do that, could you see the problem? Like a cancer is a tumor. It's a big spot right there. That's very visual. You can see that. If you have the flu, that's all over your body, spread all over. Not quite as visual. It still will show up, but so I prefer that you bring people who need healing that have some kind of localized, specific thing. It could be an arm or an elbow or a foot or a toe or anything, but something that's more specific and not systemic, because that just makes it easier. What we're going to do with these, so bring me two. One of them, you should know what their illness is. So you come, with a first name and an initial, like Susie Q. And one of these, Susie Q, you'll know what Susie's problem is. And we're going to then take some of these and we're going to heal them, work on them as a group. Can't do all of them, but we'll just pick a few of them or work on them as a group. The ones we don't work on as a group, you can share with the person next to you that they can work on. If you don't get yours picked that the group works on, then you can work them with somebody else. I'll talk about exercises that you can do. Okay, the other one is somebody that you know has an illness, but you know it through someone else. Like you ask your parent or your coworker or somebody, do you know anybody who's got a particular illness? And this person, you won't know what they have. You'll just know that it's an illness. That's one that then you can practice on your own with doing a diagnosis. See, the diagnosis is evidential. The healing is only evidential with statistics. You could work on healing somebody and they immediately get better, but before you celebrate, you have to do that a whole lot because they might just get better anyway. You see? So it's a statistical process. You have to do it a lot. But diagnosis is evidential immediately. We can diagnose where the problem is, and then we'll see whether you got it right or you didn't get it right, and we'll discuss why, what the difference is, what the problems were. So bring two people, one that you know what's wrong with them and one that has something wrong with them but you don't know, but you know somebody who does, so that you can find out whether you got it right. Okay, let's see. I guess that's it. I'm also going to ask you to have a conversation with somebody that you know is dead. You talk to dead people tomorrow. And so you can think about who that might be and who you might want to talk to, and we'll discuss what is actually going on there. Are you really talking to a dead person, or is it really some other mechanism at play? And that'll be part of our discussion. Okay, Lake, you want to start it off?
Yes, Tom. How are you?
Good.
Tom, I've been thinking about logic. And can you speak a little bit about it? I mean, is it part of the fundamental rule set from the initial condition? It seems to be a sort of a necessary but not, condition for anything to happen in a rational way. For instance, the Buddha has had the information about the larger picture, but he didn't have the logic, so I guess he couldn't make a cell phone. So do you think logic then is part of the original initial rule set?
Yes, the rule set is a logical rule set. It would have to be, otherwise you wouldn't get a logical result. You'd get a result that was capricious and not a very good trainer for entropy reduction. So logic is part of it. The rules, the parts of the rule set that we understand, we call science. It's kind of the facts of the way things work here. And mostly we can write that down with mathematics. That's one of the big kind of paradoxes that are not understood, is that why should mathematics be so good at describing our reality? That's all physics is. It's basically applied mathematics, where they take math and apply it to reality. And what is mathematics? Mathematics is just logic. It's the logic of quantity. It starts with 1 + 1 = 2. It's about quantity and the logic of how quantities add, subtract, and divide, and cube, and all the things they do. So yes, it's very logic based. The rule set is very logic based. It's mathematically based. The rule set has to be dependable, has to make something that works. And the rule set, I guess the biggest thing that the rule set had to do was to produce a virtual reality that was stable long enough for avatars such as ours to evolve. So I'm guessing that this rule set was evolved over many, many trials and errors. You'd have a rule set and you'd hit the run button and the virtual reality would start to go, and just, a billion years later, it would all disintegrate and fall apart. And that wasn't enough time, to produce what they wanted. So then you'd fiddle with it a little bit, and try again, and fiddle with it a little bit. And, after a while, your rule set was very, very finely tuned such that it would last long enough to create this virtual reality for us to live in, so that the avatars would evolve to the point that they were interesting for consciousness to play. Yeah, very much. It's a math-based, logic-based rule set.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Okay, hi. Okay, so my question is, I'm working on letting go of my fear, letting go of my ego. I feel I have a fear of inadequacy, not being good enough. And then my ego comes up to try to hide that fear. Mm-hmm. And while I'm doing the work to get rid of this inadequacy, I remind myself of all the things that I am good at. And I remind myself of all my capabilities. But then I feel like what I'm doing is I'm creating an ego. So it's counterproductive. And I'm like, So just any advice would be great.
Okay. The ego, whether it's ego or not, depends on your intent. What's the intent of the things that you make up? If you're telling yourself that, well, you really are good, you don't need to be inadequate and that sort of thing. If you're telling yourself that, and the intent is positive, this is towards your growth, that's good. If you're saying, well, I'm really pretty good, and your intent is to impress other people, your intent is to impress yourself, your intent is to trick yourself into thinking that that's true, that's your ego trying to hide your fear, then it's not good. So it's not the action that is important. It's the intent with which you take that action that's really important. So it's tricky when you're doing the kind of things you're doing, to knowing just what you're doing. So the thing to do is do the best you can and keep aware of the results. So if the results seem to be working, you do seem to be getting better and getting over the inadequacy and getting over the fear, then keep doing it. Don't second guess, what you're doing so much. But if it doesn't work, if you find out your ego is just getting bigger, or that you only think you're getting rid of the fear, all you're doing is pushing it down further so you don't see it as often, and then it's not going to work. You'll still have that fear. You'll still have those reactions, and it'll be very temporary gain, and then it's not working, and then you need to do it differently. So it's all experimental. There's no right answer. There's just do the best you can and see what happens, and then learn from the results. So it takes a long time. I know we tend to get impatient. We want to get rid of it. I'm working on this fear. I'd like to get it done within a week or 2 weeks or a month. And it generally doesn't work that way. It's experimental. Just try something. If that works, keep going. If it doesn't, change it. But the worst thing you can do is be too intellectual about it, overthink it, because then all you do is confuse yourself. And then you end all wadded up over, am I doing it right? And pretty soon you can't do anything. You're kind of stuck in a no action mode because you're afraid that whatever it is you do is going to be wrong. And then that's worse. Better to just do the best you can, what you think works, and see if it really does work.
Thank you.
She has two mics, so while we're answering this one, if you want a question, just keep your hand up, and then she'll deliver that other mic while we're answering the first one.
Hi, Tom. You told me as a homework that I have to think of a person. Excuse me, I cough. I have to think of a person that I would like to have a deep conversation, heart to heart, tomorrow.
Yes.
And then I have only one person, sort of. Not, I don't know if it's a person or a thing or whatever. This is the thing. I go to Monroe Institute to have out-of-body experiences. Actually, I came back from my 5th trip yesterday. And while I'm having this fabulous out-of-body experiences, I always sense that somebody is watching me having the experiences. Like, I can't explain it, but I'm having the experiences, but then there's always somebody just overviewing my experiences and seeing myself. And I would love to have the conversation deep, heart to heart, to that person. But is it okay to ask the person to do that?
Yes. All you need is a unique address, which you have a unique address, and that is that person that's always watching me have my experiences. That's a unique address. And if you use that as that's who you want to contact, that'll work. Yeah, you can do that. That'll work just fine. And don't be too concerned about who that might be and why they might be doing it, but just have the discussion first. And those questions can get answered later. There, yes.
Hi, Tom. My question revolves around early childhood trauma and abuse, and I'd say including sexual abuse from caregivers and parents and such. And I've, through my own experience and others around me, I actually have come to see a value in those who have made a journey, let's say, back to themselves, I guess, through that process. At the same time, I'm not a professional in this field, okay, but I've been given the impression of statistics that are mind-boggling in terms of the amount of trauma and abuse that happens. I would say probably in many cultures, and one of the, although I've seen the value and know others that I see, who have gained value from their experience. I'm wondering for the larger consciousness system, and also thinking of this as, say, a virtual reality and an experience, is it something that does, in your opinion, sort of build muscle and contribute to the whole? Or is there just so much, it seems statistically that there's so much happening and maybe so few that don't, go ahead and do it again and create more trauma and create more violence and such. So I'm just wondering, is there sort of a purpose to that, or is it? Are we building resiliency, and is that going to be contributed, or is it really just sort of a reflection of ourselves and where we're at?
It's both of those at the same time. The fact that the trauma is created. We're talking about the perpetrators of trauma. That's just the way we are. It just happens. It's not planned that would happen. It just does because of the choices we make and the fear we have and that sort of thing. But everything that happens to you should be seen as an opportunity to grow up. Things that happen to you that are, let's say, bigger, deeper, sometimes harsher, but not necessarily, sometimes wonderful, the big things that happen to you that change you, these are the things that have more potential for growth than the everyday things. Now, the little everyday things, still your choice is toward fear or love. But when you have something like trauma, now the choices you have are stark. They're very clear. And to deal with it successfully is a big growing experience. So, yes, these are opportunities. That's what makes people who are grown up think that life is just wonderful and exciting, because everything, even the things that hurt, are seen as opportunities. So if something awful happens, oh, I just got fired, and, you know, dog ate my homework, and, you know, all the terrible things that can happen to you in life. And it's an opportunity to deal with that and deal with it positively. So it's, you know, big things that happen, big fears will create big opportunities to outgrow those fears. So it works both ways. I think one of the most stunning examples of that is Viktor Frankl. Wrote a book, trying to think of the name of his book.
The Lion's
Search for Meaning, yeah. Yeah, and Viktor Frankl was Jewish and in Germany at a very bad time for those two things to come together. And his wife, his children, his family were all killed in death camps. He was in a death camp, tortured, nearly killed. And he came out of that experience not bitter, not angry, but a better, actually more whole, and with new knowledge, more understanding than he went in. He held no grudges. He realized that it was just the way it was. People were acting out whatever it was that was inside of them. Everybody was caught up in the same drama. There was just people playing on all different sides of it. And he learned a whole new outlook on psychology. He came back and then started a whole new psychological process for dealing with trauma and other things like that. So here's a guy who, you know, it's hard to think of anybody who had a worse, more horrific experience than this man. Yet the result of that experience to him was positive. He grew from it, and he grew a lot from it. So yes, you can do that. Now, most people won't make that growth. Most people would come out of that bitter and broken, traumatized terribly, but he didn't, because he could grow from it. And that's really where we need to be with all the things that happen to us. We need to see them as opportunities, not as horrible things. Oh, woe is me, but wow, that's going to hurt, but I'm going to learn something. And then you find that life is fun, because now it's a challenge. Everything that happens to you is like a game and a puzzle. You know, what are the right choices do I make here? How do I learn from this? How do I come out of this a better person? And then you have people like, who was it? Was it Steve Reeves, the guy who played Superman? Christopher Reeves played Superman. He had an accident, paralyzed from the neck down. So here's this kind of, you know, strong, buff guy, athletic, all that sort of thing, and now he's paralyzed from the neck down. He met that very, very well. He accepted that. There was no bitterness. There was no why is me. He came out of it a better person. Of course, it did kill him eventually. He died from that, but he learned a great deal. It's not about how much fun you have here. It's about how much do you grow up. So pain is one of those things that helps us grow up. So that's, you know, it doesn't have to be that way. We can grow up from things that aren't painful, but we have to be more grown up to do that. The less grown up we are, the more pain is required as our stimulus. The more grown up we are, we can use, you know, we don't need so much pain as a stimulus. So things get less and less painful as you go up. But yes and yes, things do just happen that way. It was just random that some people get so disturbed and twisted in their understanding of reality and relationships with other people that they do bad things, hurt people. And that hurt can be very traumatic, but it's also a big challenge to that person to deal with it, rather than wallow around in self-pity about it. Oh, me, I got traumatized. It ruined my life. You know, now I'm this way and that way, and it's all because of that. Well, that's just self-pity. That's ego. Now, what I've just said is very easy to say, but very hard to do. Most of the things I'll tell you are like that. They're easy to say, but they're hard to do. But if you can do them, that's where you have your biggest gains, is where you have your biggest trauma. Who has the mic next? Yes.
Come on now. Tom, I had two questions, or one's maybe more of a confirmation than a question. I'll maybe start with that one. That was going to be a question I'd written down before, which is, are we consciousness in the shape of a human being, or are we a human being? Are we inserting our consciousness into a biological body, or is our body actually part of our consciousness? And I think you maybe answered that earlier today when you talked about the avatar and the non-physical. I suppose I'm looking for confirmation that we are actually...
You are a consciousness. That's what you are. You're consciousness. You don't live in a body. The body is not, it's not really connected to the consciousness. Think of it just like in World of Warcraft. You log on to the game and you play an elf. You're not in that elf's body. You're the player off in a different reality. So yes, we are consciousness. That's who we are. The body, that's just a virtual data that we get, that we interpret to be this body. So think of it in the same terms as the virtual reality games. You're the player, the elf is your body. The elf is the avatar.
So that would lend itself to consciousness could effectively play through different avatars. Whether, we spoke about in the past artificial intelligence, for example. When there's a vehicle that consciousness can learn from,
Yes.
then it can effectively inhabit
You can
that.
log on to it, yes. So if there's, that's the thing. You don't make computers conscious. It's not that you build in conscious. Conscious isn't something you build. You build a platform that has the ability to make free will choices. And if those free will choices are interesting enough, aren't, trivial, then a consciousness can log in and use that computer as an avatar. Exactly. So when that computer gets thrown in a rubbish heap, unplugged or whatever, well, that's consciousness it's consciousness. It's the same thing. So yes, that computer that's conscious has a soul. Well, that's just more of a religious metaphor, but you can think of it that way. It's got a consciousness that is playing that avatar. That's correct.
Okay,
And a conscious can have multiple avatars. Just like you, maybe, I don't think the rules allow it, but if they did, you could play an elf, a barbarian, and a wizard in World of Warcraft. You could play them all at the same time. But the problem is that's parallel processing, right? Your experience. Parallel processing is not an efficient way to learn. You get more growth out of your resources if you do them one at a time. And the reason for that is learning is a serial process. It's a cumulative process. You have to go, you have to learn to add before you learn to subtract, before you learn to multiply, before you learn to do algebra. There's steps. And you can't just start with, you can't even count, but you go right to advanced algebra. It doesn't work. You got to do all the steps in between. So it's a serial process. Learn this, learn A. That allows you now to have what you need to learn B, which allows you to have what you need to learn C. So doing it in parallel, okay, you could put, here's another metaphor for it. You could put 100 children all in kindergarten for 1 year, or you could have one child go through 100 years of school, you see. If you do it in parallel, it's not the same thing. You don't learn as much. Serially, it adds. But people do have multiple incarnations sometimes for special reasons. because they want a dynamic where they can see both sides of the same issue. And sometimes they'll do that. Sometimes it's, father and son, because there's something in that relationship that's a problem and they need to see it from both sides at the same time. So they might do that. There was one that Donna pointed out to me. It was a lady who had 3 incarnations going during World War II. She was on both sides. She was on the Allied side, she was on the Axis side, and she was, somewhere in the middle of, she was a concentration camp victim. So she had various sides that she was on. And that way, she could not, demonize any of those sides. She had the perspective of all of them. She could sense and experience the humanity of all of those roles. So that was her particular issue, though, was things that had happened to her in that context. But that's only in the margins. That's unusual. Mostly, it's one at a time, because that's more efficient.
Yeah, so you would only ever parallel process if it was of value to you and you had all the other logic.
Speak up a little on that.
Sorry, you would only ever parallel process if it was of value, and you already had the logical steps that made it of value.
Yes, and that's pretty much the way the system works. There's lots of different ways that things could be done, and the choice, how it actually gets done, is whatever is the most valuable, the most potential for your growth and your learning. So if what you really need, it'd be valuable for you to have 3 incarnations at once, well, then you get 3 at once. Mostly, it's more valuable for you to have just 1. So you do 1.
Sure. The second question I was going to ask before I hand this over to someone else was to do with the rule set and logic again. I was thinking about not everybody has, shall we say, access to the larger consciousness system or the ability to explore it in the ways that you talk about in your books. And I often wondered, is that partly as there's a subset of that rules? So you only get access to the larger consciousness system once you qualify, in a sense.
Well, that's true mostly. The main game here is to grow up and become love. In the process of doing that, it becomes easier and easier to have access to the larger consciousness system. They just go together. Not that you ever have to. You don't have to ever do anything paranormal or ever get access to the large consciousness system in order to become love. You can just do that. But it gets easier and easier. And the reason it gets easier is the things that prevent you from that access tends to be your ego, your fear, and your beliefs. So as you grow up and you get rid of those things, it gets easier to do that. You get rid of all of that stuff, then it's trivial to do that, you see. Now, you can work at it, practice techniques, learn to meditate, sort of by control and force, get in a good meditation state wherein you can do some of these things. I guess you can also take drugs and do some of those things. So there's other ways to do them, but they're very limited. It's a very limited process. The process that really has no limitations is the one where you just grow up. Who has it? Oh, right in front of me.
Hi, Tom. Reading.
Green.
Does that mean I'm being recorded?
Yeah, green means you're being recorded. Just your voice, no pictures.
All right. Anyway, I've been reading a book recently by a woman by the name of Susan Jeffers, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all. She talks about Viktor Frankl in her book. The whole book is about fear and how it affects us in our lives. And I'd love to hear you, I mean, you have already, but I'd love to hear you expound some more on that. I know recently I've found a lot of fears coming up in my life, and I never really, I'm sure they were always there, and they seem to have come up recently. I'm in a new career and a new location and all these new challenges. And it just seems like, wow, fear.
Yeah, fear is what animates most of us most of the time. The average person probably makes 80% of all the choices they make in a day based on fear. Fear also means ego and belief. So the fear, ego, and belief, ego and belief being just a different constructive fear, pretty much makes most of our choices, the things we do, the way we react, the responses we have to things. Our attitudes are mostly fear-based. That's typical of a human being. One of the things I say is that this trainer we're in is more of an elementary school, maybe even a preschool, than it is like advanced school. We're all trying to get rid of fear. Fear is very hard to find. You can live with it, like you say, for a long time and not even know it's there. Beliefs are very hard things to find. You can have all sorts of beliefs that you have no idea that you've got these beliefs because they just seem like obvious truths. They don't seem like beliefs. But ego is easy to spot. You can spot ego very easily. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I hear that. Yeah, I hear that from people all the time. Mostly young men come up to me and say, Tom, this doesn't apply to me. I don't have any fears that I know of. I don't have any ego. I don't have any beliefs. There's nothing I could they claim they don't have any of that. So after a little bit of talk, I send them off to, go practice. And they, next time I hear from them, it's, oh my God, everything I do is based on fear. I'm overwhelmed. I can't function. Everything, my whole life is lived out of fear. And then we talk a little bit and I send them back. And then in another 6 months, I feel so much better. I begin to get rid of my fears, and my relationships are better, my job is, everything gets better. Well, they are hard to find. But here's how you find your fear. Here's how you recognize your fear. If you ever feel negative about anything, negative means upset, anxiety, anger, annoyed. Yeah, right. Yeah, annoyed. Any of those things that are negative, that aren't good feelings, any of the bad stuff. If you ever feel that way, that's connected to a fear. That's your ego expressing a fear. And probably there's some beliefs mixed in there too. So what you do is every time you feel something negative, realize that there's a fear connected to that. Mm-hmm. Stop and say, well, what's the basic fear of that? I fear I may be inadequate. We heard over here. What's that about? Well, that's a basic fear of being inadequate. It's being insecure. I can't do it. I'm not good enough. I'm not sure I can do the way I want to do. I don't know if I'll do it right. And it's accumulation of a lot of those fears comes into being inadequate. Sometimes it's good to find the source of that fear. All right, you had a mother that was always criticizing what you did. Every time you tried to help, every time you tried to do something, somebody said, don't do that, you'll just mess it up. Right? Something like that. That could be the source of that fear. But you don't really need to find the source of the fear to get rid of it. It's not like if you find the source, then it's easy, it'll suddenly disappear. It's work to get rid of a fear. The way you get rid of a fear is to, first, you have to own it. You have to realize you have it. You have to see it and say, oh, that's me. Then you should say, how does it affect my life? How does this fear, inform my choices? What is this fear doing for me? And then when you look at that, that'll give you a lot of incentive to get rid of it. So then the next thing you do is you use your intellect to help guide you through the fear in the beginning. Every time you feel that anger coming up or that upset or that feeling lost or abused or somebody's, not giving you what you deserve and what you need and all those sorts of things, when you feel those negative things, you have to stop and say, whoop, don't want to go there. That's not a reaction I want to have. And then have a better reaction. Granted, that's the intellect trying to act better. And acting isn't going to get you there. You can act like you have no fear. Doesn't help. That's a no growth. You have to change yourself at the being level. If it's always your intellect catching yourself and saying, no, don't do that. Instead, smile and be happy. So you smile and you act happy. That's not going to do it. You have to really get rid of it. Say, I don't want to be that way. I don't want to react that way. And if you keep that as an intent, it'll come true. You'll do less and less. You'll react that way. So that's how you deal with fears. You have to own it. You have to see what it's doing to you. And you have to have the courage to change. And it takes courage to change, because often the reason we have these fears is because they're part of our strategy to cope with our world. And if we don't have our strategy to cope, what are we going to do? That big nasty world is going to overrun us. See? So it takes courage to let go of fear. I'm not sure this is working. It seems to be a little. That's better. Yeah, I've hit it. I've killed it. Maybe done violence to it. Okay, who has the mic next? Here.
Hey, Tom. My question is, what is the role of philosophers compared to scientists in understanding the big picture? And if scientists will bring in the new paradigm, what role will philosophy have in that, if any?
Okay, what role? It's kind of the different roles between science and philosophy here. You know, it started back in the bad old days. Everything was philosophy. That's why scientists get a doctor of philosophy, a PhD. Everything was philosophy. It was natural science, philosophy of how the world worked. So philosophy was at the center of everything. That's when science then became more of a thing in itself, rather than just, hello. It was in there. Sometimes it just sounds like it drops out to me. Just drops out, but then it comes back. Okay. So philosophy was everything at that time. And then science kind of broke off from philosophy and did its own thing. Then philosophy and science kind of got in a fight, didn't get along with each other. The scientists said, philosophers, all they do is sit around and argue about stuff that doesn't matter anyway. We're doing the real stuff that matters. And the philosophers thought that the scientists were very narrow and didn't have a big picture, and they were off doing things that didn't matter. So they didn't get along very well. So those two areas kind of split. Then philosophy started having feelings of being insecure and inadequate, and they started wanting to be more relevant to the things that were happening. So then they started to follow science's lead, and they became a lot more focused on process and logic, and here are all the steps to get from A to B, and it became a much more logic-based rather than big idea-based in philosophy. It got more buttoned down, more rigorous, less philosophical, actually. So now, how do these come together now? Well, we're going to see that the actually metaphysics, which is kind of a branch of philosophy, is really where the consciousness is. If we talk about consciousness, because it's in a non-physical system, this is philosophy, this is metaphysics. It also covers things like ontology, cosmology, all those things get grouped up, which are branches of metaphysics and philosophy. The scientists have led us all back to the point where the answers are coming from metaphysics. It's consciousness that derives physics. With a better understanding of consciousness and virtual reality, you can get a more robust and more accurate physics. So physics becomes a subset of philosophy again, just like it was, many hundreds of years ago, when that seemed to be the natural way. So I think it's kind of going back to its roots, that philosophy will also get less plug and chug with its logic and more big picture thinking. Virtual reality solves most of the outstanding paradigms in philosophy, as well as most of the outstanding, not paradigms, but what am I looking for? The outstanding big questions, paradoxes is what I was looking for. Solves the paradoxes in philosophy and paradoxes in theology, all come out of this virtual reality. So philosophy, I think, is going to get back into the center ground, and science is going to be a subset, once again, of philosophy, because virtual reality is just bigger than calculation. You can't calculate in the non-physical. You see, suddenly physics has come to the point that its fundamental idea, the nature of reality, is outside of science. It's in the world of philosophy and metaphysics. So I think it'll go back more to the way it was. I think philosophy will become more relevant, and I think it'll go back to thinking more big thoughts and less chugging on ways to prove that this is connected to that. So that's how I think it'll work. I believe it'll go back to the way it was, because in fact that is the right connection, is that philosophy, which is a broad understanding of the nature of things, as well as logic, really is where you start. Consciousness is what's fundamental, and that's non-physical to this reality. So that's kind of outside of science. See, science now turns out to be it's a discipline that works with things that have small uncertainty. So here's the bigger picture of all the things in the world, all the subjective as well as objective things. The subjective now becomes a real thing, not somebody's just imagination, but a real thing. And physics just works with all those things that have low uncertainty. Okay, so physics will still worry about if you fire a cannon at a particular elevation, a particular velocity, where will the ball land? You see, where will the cannonball land? That's a physics problem. Well, all of that has low uncertainty. You know where the cannon is, you know what the velocity is, you know the weight of the ball, you know what gravitation is. All these things you can measure. So all the measurable stuff is the stuff with low uncertainty. Physics will still work in that. That's just a subset of a larger reality that contains a lot more. So physics becomes a subset of a bigger picture rather than the whole picture all by itself. There is nothing other than this physical world, and physics knows it all. That's kind of where they are now. So I see a readjustment back to the way it was when physicists got doctors of philosophy degrees. I take it you're a philosopher?
It's my major, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Who has the mic? Okay.
Hi, Tom. So I want to go back to this fear thing.
Okay.
So there is fear and love, which are obviously the opposites. So how is it that there is so much fear? Let's say I'm just looking at my life, but I'm saying, okay, beyond like, okay, this is what happened to me. This is the history of my life. Okay. And then, but I was there before. So I'm still having this fear that I'm working my way out of, or I'm growing up to becoming love. So is fear just a state of disorganization that then needs to be reduced to like a more organized state? And is that why, there is so much fear?
Yes. Fear here in this virtual reality is more obvious than fear of the places. Why there seems to be so much fear. When entities first came here, okay, so you can imagine individuated units of consciousness, living in the larger consciousness system, interacting with each other. Okay, that's like a bunch of people in a big chat room. Think of tens of thousands of people in a chat room. No rules, no protocols really, just they're all connected and they're sharing. Well, if you ask them about fear, they'd probably all say they didn't have any. There was nothing to fear. Yeah. They didn't need to eat. They didn't need to build houses, they just existed and they shared data with each other. What was there to fear? There was no fear there. Then they realized that there also was very little growth there. There was very little traction. It's very little, reducing entropy was going on because there wasn't any consequences. Well, then they built this virtual reality trainer. And they took these entities and said, all right, sign up in this virtual reality where there's going to be consequences, where there's going to be your choices of what you do make a difference. And you'll have consequences to those choices. Well, they did. And suddenly they had all kinds of fears because now there were big critters with large teeth that wanted to eat them. They were all sorts of other things. They could freeze to death. They could, drown. All sorts of terrible, dangerous, awful things were around every corner. It was a very tough life. It wasn't easy at all. They really didn't live very long. Average, if you got to 30 years old, you were an old timer because almost anything could kill you. So it was a very frightening place. Suddenly they found they had lots of fear. So where did all the fear come from? They'd had it all along. They just didn't have anything that was going to trigger it or anything that was going to access it. There wasn't anything that was going to pull it out. They didn't have any, it never was triggered. But they had it all along. If we talk about fear as entropy reduction, yes, it's just about entropy reduction. So they finally got to a place where they had consequences. Their interactions meant something. They couldn't just, cut off a link because you don't want to talk to that person anymore because that person now standing right in front of you and you have to deal with it. And they have a big stick. It's that sort of thing. So it just changed everything. And suddenly fear was common everywhere. So that's kind of, where does all that fear come from? It's just a lack of being loved. They weren't loved. They hadn't grown up a whole lot in that big chat room. There wasn't a lot of growth. Well, that means there was a lot of fear. There just wasn't anything to trigger it. So they got to a learning lab that was more challenging than the one they were in. And suddenly their lack of love was obvious. In fact, a lot of the stories we hear, and they come from all cultures all over this planet, they have these stories about the good old days when everything worked really well. It's the Adam and Eve story. It's the story from the indigenous Americans that say that at one time it was just peace and love and everybody worked together, and then this terrible event happened, and then after that it was all struggle and pain and misery, and there's reasons why. They have their own little reasons, but that kind of a story that we were in a wonderful, nice place where there weren't any problems, and then suddenly we were in this horrible, awful place. It was terribly challenging. That's when we fell from grace, et cetera, et cetera. That's a common story everywhere. I think that story is part of our basic memory when we first started playing avatars in this virtual reality game. The place of grace that we came from before was that big chat room where nothing was really happening. Once we got here, then the rubber met the road and we were challenged. Suddenly we fell from grace and we had a tough time trying to deal with it. That I believe is the reason that we have all these origin stories of the sweet place. That's where we have Atlantis, right, which was a kind of a heavenly place where everything worked real well, and Of course, we make that into high technology because that sounds like it'd be a better place to be. And then it disappeared, and it was because of greed and awful bad attitudes and that kind of stuff. It disappeared, and since then we've all been nasty people. Well, I don't think that's really the way it happens. I think all of those are old memories from the very first people that logged on. Because, so that's, why all this fear. It's not easy to become love. That's why. It's a hard thing. You have to grow up. You have to change. You can't do it intellectually. You have to change. And changing who you are, particularly when you're living in a very rough, very violent environment, you're going to grab, you look that saber-toothed tiger in the eye and say, love and peace. That won't work. You have to deal with that stuff. Deal with it again and again and again. So that's why the fear. It's just that we don't have enough love. So now from here, from our perspective inside this virtual reality, we can look at it in the opposite way and say, you get rid of all the fear, and what's left is love. See? So love is letting go of fear. I think it was the name of a book. The guy's name was Champlosky, I think, wrote a book, Love is Letting Go of Fear. Anyway, that's why. Okay.
There you go. I wanted to ask about the way that consciousness evolves. And one of the things that you talk a lot about is how important it is that we develop more of a capacity to make good choices and to start to live more for, like the service of the other versus ourself. Mm-hmm. And I really get that, and that makes a lot of sense to me. But on the other hand, I guess I also think that there's another way for consciousness to evolve. I've been meditating for 40-some years, and I've changed a lot inside. And that really has taken the form of how I experience being conscious. So that, to start with, what I think happens when people do that kind of practice for a long time is they start to experience their minds being quieter, more silent. And that silence starts to take on a kind of presence, for lack of a better word, that begins to be experienced in distinction to experience. And the sense of who you are starts to become increasingly aligned with that silence. And as that occurs, then there's this almost like a separation that begins to exist between you as that silence and everything that you're experiencing. Does this make sense?
Sure. And
see, for me at that point, your identity has changed. So fear is for me at least, is to a great degree a function of what you're identifying with. So if you're identifying with your avatar, you definitely have fear. I don't see how that's even avoidable, because you're sensing your whole existence depends on that avatar surviving, on continuing to exist. But on the other hand, your identity has started to become more and more settled into the sense of being, as that's experienced in terms of being silent inside, and not just silent, but aware. Awareness becomes clear, more expanded. Mm-hmm. My practice of meditation has come primarily from the Vedic tradition in India, and there's a saying that they have that there is no fear if there is no other. Because what eventually happens is that the experience of that consciousness inside begins to be experienced as also imbuing everything that you're experiencing in your experience. So that you begin to realize that not only is that consciousness who and what you are inside, it's also who and what is outside.
Right.
And at that point, there's a kind of effortlessness that becomes associated with doing the right thing, because now your whole perception of everything is different. I want to say that it doesn't run quite as smoothly as I just described, because the truth is, one thing I found happening to me, I made a lot of progress in terms of my inward development, but I really found I still had difficulties outside in terms of interacting with the environment, interacting with people. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons I got attracted to your work, because what you said made a lot of sense to me in relationship to that. So that I do find it easier to do the right thing. But I don't still always do the right thing. And I think it's because one of the things I neglected was really paying enough attention to what my avatar was doing. And so anyway, I just want you to comment on on that notion that there's like, because I would call the process that I've experienced is called waking up versus growing up. I think the two processes are related to each other, but they're not entirely equivalent to each other.
You're talking about a different path to get to the same place. In either case, you do, though, end up in the same place. When you meditate, find that larger space, identify with that larger space. Don't identify so much with your avatar. Where that leads you to is being kinder and gentler, accepting other people, about others. See, that leads you to becoming love. Leads you to the exact same place. It's just another way of getting there. Meditation is you getting acquainted with your own consciousness.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
I do want to say, though, and there are certainly examples of this, like the last 30 or 40 years, where prominent teachers from the East have come to the United States, sometimes have had problems with their own behavior. And I guess what I think is true is that even though they had really developed themselves inwardly, they did not necessarily give, again, sufficient attention
right.
and focus on their way of interacting with the world.
That's right. Now that is a trap. You see, there are lots of different pathways that you can get there, and they're all headed at the same place. But what we're doing is learning how to. This is a social system. You have to think of consciousness as a social system. We're interacting with each other. That's really where the rubber meets the road, is in that interaction with
Right.
each other. The social system isn't just one person off by themselves in a cave. You see, you can only do so much as an individuated unit of consciousness without that interaction with the other people, because that's the kind of system we have. And that's where we're challenged the most. So you can, be like some of the yogis and go find your cave, sit in it by yourself, be a hermit, not talk to anybody for a decade, meditate 12 hours a day, and you will get some growth from that.
Right.
You will. But growth, we have growth in a lot of dimensions. And all these dimensions don't grow together. So let's just make a number to make it clear. Let's say we have 10 different dimensions in which we grow. Well, some of these may grow high and other ones may be
Right.
quite low.
Right.
It's not like if you grow, everything goes up together.
Right.
So you have people who sat in a cave for decades, and there's parts of their inner life that are well developed, very well developed, and there's parts of their inner life that haven't even been touched yet. They're still back at the square one at the beginning level. You see, the reason that this learning lab is so effective is because we're all in it. We're interacting with each other. It can't be a single player game. For a single player game, then you'd be like the yogi in the cave. It's a multiplayer game where we interact. So take that yogi out of his cave, drop him out of Times Square, and with no money in his pocket, and tell him have a nice day, and see, how much calm and peace and love, that he has by the end of the day. You see, after he's run into
Right.
things he hasn't never dealt with,
Right.
thought of,
Right.
or as a part of his life. So where the rubber meets the road in growing up is not in meditation. That's a tool that you can use to go there, but it's in relationship. And where those relationships are deeper and most significant, that's where most of your growth comes. So yes, you have relationships, say, with the people at work. You can learn from that. The next door neighbor, you can learn from that. But your significant other, the person you live with, the person that's, close to you, that's where your challenge is.
Sure.
That's where your buttons are laid bare that, get activated. That's where your ego is, because Now you're at a deeper level. Now the idea of your ego, just right out there on the surface in those relationships, because you can't act your way through it. You see, and at the office and with the neighbors, we smile, everybody's jolly, we shake hands. We act our way through those superficial social arrangements because that's just the easy way to get through them. You can't do that with your significant other. You can't act your whole life. There you have to be real. Eventually, you get down to being real. And when you're real, that's where the challenges come from.
Right.
So it's this social interaction, particularly with our significant other, that is really the key thing that will grow you faster than sitting in a cave, and it'll grow you in a more complex way. Now, you can be unbalanced in several ways. It could be all meditation, sitting in the cave, no social interaction. That's kind of unbalanced. Again, you're not very balanced in your growth. You can be unbalanced the other way. You can have all social interaction and never have a big thought. Everything is superficial. You'd never get into anything deep. Some people just don't do deep. All they do is superficial. You see, and usually they do that out of fear, because deep is scary. Deep is real. Deep, can hurt. So they avoid deep and they just stay superficial. Well, now they're unbalanced on the other side. They may have lots of physical interaction, but none of it is deep enough to hurt. Therefore, it's not deep enough to be of any value as far as your growth goes. So you can have unbalance all sorts of places, but the idea is to grow the whole of you, all of you, to get all of those facets of you. And where do you make the choices that dig deep into you at the being level? That's in those relationships. In a cave, you at the being level is only defined in a narrow piece of your existence. And that's fine, but it's not the whole thing. You're missing a lot of things. So the idea is that all the monks live over here and all the nuns live over there, right? Keep them separate. Well, that just makes it easier. It doesn't make it better. When you have to deal with each other, that's harder, and there's more potential for growth there. It's easier to go, separate, or it's easier to go live by yourself in a cave.
Right.
But easy isn't the thing. The thing, the stuff that's hard is where you get your most growth from.
I just wanted to say that I totally agree with what you just said. I think, though, that the two do complement each other, because I'm a psychologist. I've worked with people for 30-some years. It's hard to change, as you mentioned before. It really is. I think it's harder to change when you're so identified with your social personality and with who you are in this world. So I do think that there's a real advantage to doing inner work and meditating. I think what I've discovered is not the whole story, just as you said. Right. But I do think they complement each other, and I guess I just encourage everybody to think about that a little bit too,
Yeah.
Because when it comes to making changes, if you have a stronger sense inside of being more than just who you think you are, it helps.
Yeah, meditation is generally prescribed as the first step in this journey of growth. I mean, typically that's the first step, because the first thing you need to do is get your mind settled down so it's not flying around in all sorts of directions at the same time. You need to get focused. You need to be able to get in charge of your own intent rather than your intent flying around. So meditation is usually the first step in a progress, because that helps. But that's not the only thing that you have to do. That's a part of it. There's different ways of approaching growing up. The three standard paths are that you are the path of service. It's where you're helpful to people. It's all about other. The path of surrender. That's basically the religious path. You give yourself up to the higher authority. And then there's the warrior's path, where you figure it out. You work on it. You engage life and try to deal with it in a way that you grow. So those are different ways of getting there. And actually, as you grow up, you're a little bit in all those paths. You're not just in one or the other, but some suit some suit some people more than others. But meditation is really a part of all of those paths. It's a good place to start. Okay.
As I understand it, this is a information-based virtual reality that works on a probability distribution.
I'm sorry, start over.
Sorry, as I understand, this is an information-based virtual reality based on a probability distribution. My question is, are we as individuated units of consciousness able to know the probable possibilities and then focus our intent on certain outcomes? For example, are you able to know A through H as the possibilities and then able to focus your intent on a probable outcome?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that. One of the attributes of this virtual reality is that intent modifies future probability. There's a database that I just call the future probable database, which is all the things that could happen and the probability that they might. Okay, well, that's all the possibilities and the probability of them happening along with it. You can get into that database and look around it if you like and see what's more probable and less probable than others. But you can modify that probability with your intent to make things more or less probable. There's some constraints on it, is in that your ability to affect that probability, to move it, has to do with the focus that you have, getting rid of all the thoughts. You need to have a very clear, precise mind so that your intent is a very precise intent. It's I don't know. We'll just talk over that. You need a clear mind with a precise intent, and that mind has to be completely focused on just that one thing. And then you'll have a lot of effect. The other thing is it has to come out of the being level. If it's coming out of your intellect, not so much of an effect. If it comes out of you at the being level, a much larger effect. Okay? So many people, particularly left brain, logical process types, have a hard time separating what is this intellect and being level. In their mind, they live out of their intellect, and that's the only level there is. And what is a being level? But you do have a being level, who you are at your core that represents you. That's where your feelings and your emotions are. That's where you are when you dream. All your dreams, all your choices in your dreams come out of your being level, not your intellectual level. They come out of your intellectual level called a lucid dream. So that's probably the biggest key, is that you're working from the being level, that the being level doesn't have a lot of entropy. Your being level is not full of fear and ego and stuff, because that will keep you stirred up. That's high entropy stuff. Get rid of the fear, the ego, and the beliefs, and work out of the being level. Now you can be very strong in your modifying future probability. So yes, you can do it, but everybody doesn't do it the same. And there are some limitations. Let's say you start with a probability of 1,000,000 to 1. Something will happen, but you'd like that thing to happen. So you put your intent on it. And you get it all the way down to just 10,001. Well, that's remarkable. You've changed the probability through 4 orders of magnitude. It's amazing, but it's still not going to happen. Now it's 10,000 to 1, and it's still not going to happen, probably, even though you're very strong and you moved it a long way. So partly the question is, how far do you have to move it?
Are you able to know those kind of ratios when you look at that?
Yes, you can. You can get all that information. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you able to query the ratios when you query the database?
Yes, you can find out all that sort of information. One of the things that's important, of course, is uncertainty. How much uncertainty surrounds it. That modifies your probability a whole lot. Okay, let's say you're doing healing. Somebody has a lump, and they go to a doctor. Doctor says, oh, it's cancer, worst kind, you'll be dead in 6 months. So they go to another doctor, says the same thing, and another doctor says the same thing. After they have 4 doctors that all agree that that's what it is, Now try to move that in probability. See, the probability that you're going to be dead in 6 months, and that really is that fast-growing cancer, now is about 0.999, right? Maybe 9999. There's a lot of facts on the board in this physical reality that do that. But before that biopsy was done, but when it was just an irritating lump that nobody knew what it was, now the probability was less than that, as far as the probability here in this physical reality. Now you have a much greater chance to change that, you see, because it's more uncertainty. Therefore, the probability isn't quite so high here. So now if the person goes to the doctor and you've been working on it, trying to heal this lump, we don't know what it is, and then they go and they find out it's benign. Well, it doesn't mean that it was always benign. There's plausible deniability that you did anything at all. It may have always been benign, see. As long as there's plausible deniability, then there's no discontinuity. There's no problem in the reality frame. Everything's consistent. Nobody asks questions. Everybody's happy, you see. No problems. So that uncertainty buys you this deniable plausibility that you did anything at all, which is good cover. Because under those conditions, you can do a whole lot more. So that's some of the things. So I guess when you talk about health issues, I probably have to include this. I'm not telling people don't see a doctor. I'm telling people that when you have a problem, work on it first. Before it gets bad enough that you feel like you got to go, see a doctor, work on it. Try to make sure that it's harmless or that it goes away or whatever. If that's unsuccessful and it's still bothering you and it worries you, then you need to go to a doctor. Why? Because if you're worried about it, there's fear. That fear will put energy into it being something awful, and now you're adding to the problem. See, you're doing just the opposite of healing. Now you're pouring energy into it being a big problem. So fear's the issue. If you have no fear, then that's not the issue. But for most people, once it starts to worry them, then they need to go see a doctor, because after that, they're pouring the energy into the negative event happening. That's why they're worried about it. So before you're worried about it is the time to work on it.
Hi, Tom. So my question maybe ties a little bit to what you were saying earlier. What is the difference between impulse and intuition? How do you know if you're, for example, you're making a very important life decision and your decision is going to take you completely in a different path? How do you know that that decision is impulsive decision or intuitive decision? Because it seems to be that neither of those require your intellect, or it's not coming from your rational mind or your intellect, and it's not logical. So how do you know the difference between the intuition and the impulse?
The way you know is with experience. There's no way to know directly, and there's no way to know for sure. So you'll never be able to separate those to a probability of one. This is this and that's that, because there's uncertainty involved there. You won't know. But with experience, you'll get a sense of how your intuition works, how you get information when you get that intuitive information, and when that information proves to be correct or proves to be useful. And generally that'll all follow about the same style. And things that tend to be something you just kind of get on impulse won't follow the same steps as the intuition. Then you can tell them with experience. But if your experience with intuition is just it's a bolt out of the blue, and your experience with the others also a bolt out of the blue, now you don't have that to tell them apart. You just won't know. Another thing that you could do is go into a good meditation state. Ask the question in a meditation state what you should do, or if you're seeing it right, or if this intuition is good intuition. In that meditation state, you will have your intellect less in the process. Because those things that you kind of jump to, they may not be out of your intellect, but they may be out of your what do we call it? Your subconscious. Okay.
Right.
Subconscious is kind of a funny thing. You don't have a subconscious if you don't have any fear. Subconscious is something that the fear leaves around. It's all those things that you really don't want to deal with. It's stuff down there outside the intellect. When you don't have that fear, then you can deal with the feelings, the instincts, all that stuff that's there, you're aware of. You feel it, you understand it, you're okay with it. But if you're not okay with it, you stuff it away. So
So it would be kind of like just looking at the result of the decision you made, and I guess when you go with your intuition, the larger conscious system sort of throws the path, you know.
yes, make your decision. Be aware of how it comes out. Be aware of what led you to the decision. Okay, why did I feel that way about it? You know, where did that come from? Why did I go that way? Kind of ask yourself those questions. And then try to learn from the result. It'll either work or it won't. If it works, good for you. If it doesn't, you'll learn something. Either way, you'll win.
So I guess it doesn't matter really.
No, either way,
maybe
you'll win.
maybe it's like trying to intellectualize a decision
Right.
by trying to label it intuitive or
You
impulsive.
can overthink it. Yeah.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
how do you feel about it? Go meditate and think about it in a big picture and see what comes to you. Come up with your best choice. Make your choice. Deal with it. Learn from it. And then make your next choice. 100 choices down that road, you'll get better and better at making your good choices the first time. But you won't if you never go down that road, because you can't ever decide ahead of time what's the best choice. You see, being unable to make a decision because you're not sure you're making the right decision stops you from growing, from learning, from going on. You have to just make the decision, deal with it, learn from it, go on. Too many people get stuck in, I can't make a decision because I don't know what the right decision is. Therefore, I don't make any decision, which is a decision. And that's kind of the cop-out. You don't learn much from that one. What you learn from is say, well, I really don't know. All right, my intuition is this. Well, don't think about it. Don't say, well, was that good? Was that right intuition, or was that impulsive, or what? You're overthinking it. At that point, do it, learn. And really, even 10 decisions further down that path, your ability to get the right choice will get better and better and better. Whereas if you're afraid to make the choice, it won't get any better at all. So don't be afraid to make a mistake. Mistakes are what we learn from.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, so my first question is about, thoughts creating and how it related to my own life. I've noticed that, so my mom passed away with cancer 3 years ago, and ever since she passed, I developed some kind of psychosomatic, little, I would call it a bubble in the place where she had hers. And I've been trying to think of what that meant. But also, I create other things in my life, like if I think something is bad, I'll lose it right away. If I think of something, or for instance, Mark and I got into a little fight once, and I asked him to leave, and I thought to myself, just like for a split second, I hope he drives safely. And he got into a car accident literally 4 minutes later. And I started to freak out, wondered if I needed to stop everything before I, was creating drama for myself, for others, and for my Invisalign trays that are filled with plastic. I was like, oh my God, these things have plastic in them. And I kept losing them after that. So, can you talk about that?
Yes. There's a couple of things might be going on here. One, just like the last question, you're probably overthinking the issue. You're spending too much time analyzing and finding connections when you just need to do experience and learn from the experience. Two, the larger conscious system may be working with you to help you make better decisions by giving you more dramatic consequences for the decisions that you do make. If those decisions are more consequence laden, then you'll pay more attention to what you make. So it may just be a course you're now enrolled in within this trainer that is giving you that emphasis on your decisions and your choices. But don't get wound up over making the right choice or the effects of your choices. What you do, make the best choice you can, the choice you think is right. Okay? However you come to that decision, whatever it is, make it, then do it. See what happens. Let the chips fall where they may. Look at the chips, learn from it. Now go on and make the next decision. Instead of making a decision and worrying about what the ramifications of that decision is, you should have thought about all that before you made the decision. Think of all the things, make your decision, and once you've made it, from all the things considered, live with it. Let it happen, and then deal with it. Don't second guess yourself, and otherwise you're going forward and you're running backward and you're going forward and you can't ever seem to quite get there because you're overthinking the problem. Make the decision and live with it, and then learn from it.
So about the car accident and the bubble and all that stuff, there was no decision. There was no decision to be made. It was just a thought. It was just, oh, my mom got sick. I might get sick. Boom.
Right.
Or
That's
I hope he's not gonna get sick. Or you know, get.
Those
in a
are
car
all
accident. Yeah.
intents.
Yeah.
Those are all intents. Okay. Maybe we won't call those choices, but in a way, they're also a choice. It's a choice the way you react to your mom getting sick. You could react with that choice, or you could react differently. You picked that choice. You reacted that way. How can I explain this to you? When you make choices basically out of your being level, your intellect doesn't really know much about it. You can still make choices out of your being level. You can make choices out of your emotions. They'll make choices. So that you make a lot of choices that were never intellectual choices that you knew that you made. We make lots of choices outside of our intellect. They're still choices, and they still have ramifications, and we still can learn from them. So that was a choice that you made in all of those things. You are making choices. You have an intent. And when we heal and use our mind for the remote viewing, we'll find that we can sometimes make choices that we don't even know we're making. We can have intents that carry information that we're not even aware of. If you are, particularly if you're a right brain person, holistic person, get big pictures, you have a tendency to do that. You make your choices not through your intellect, but through your intent. And it sounds like your intent is a little flexible, a little jumpy, a little here and there. Here and there and everywhere, your intent kind of flies off on things, has an immediate reaction, goes out and has an intent, and then you have to deal with that. So that may be just try to relax, settle, meditate, think about it, relax, take a week, and then make your choice. Don't get too ready to jump to choices too quickly, and then change. And then change again, and then change again, and then you're just going to drive yourself nuts. That's what happens, right? Yeah, and then you get so wadded up over overthinking and making choices. Just be authentic. Stop trying to control the outcome. Let the outcome be whatever it is. Make your choice, let it be. Don't try to control it. When you have a need to be right or make the right choice, then that's somewhat a need to control the result. The right choice gets the right result. Well, make the choice that you think is best, and let the result be whatever it is, then live with it. then make your next choice. Yeah. So it's not like kind of let go of the control of being able to arrange how things work out, accept how things work out. You'll learn more about making choices by doing that than if you are constantly trying to make choices and change the choices so that the results of those choices come out the way you want. Just be authentic. Just be authentic. Be who you are. Don't try to be anything in particular. Just be who you are. Make that choice and learn from it.
And then my second question has to do with basically kind of more of the world at large and the definition of love. You know, love is about giving and caring. And what I notice is that maybe I have a lot of beliefs around, you know, being Middle Eastern and having to give others a lot, which makes us, you know, a lot of times makes it feel like you're just always exhausted. Mm-hmm. And so my question was, how do you find the balance between giving to yourself and giving to other? And yeah, how do you find the balance between like caring for yourself and letting go of obviously like expectations, but also agreeing with the fact that you are a feeling being and that things do affect you within your bubble, like your world, but also outside of yourself. And just having so much, I feel so much for everything that I sometimes just give and give and give, and then I don't really, it doesn't feel right, and yet I care, you know, and I want to do so much, and I want to know, and I want to be of service, but I feel like since I put myself in it, then it's not service, then it's like, you know, I don't know. It's complicated.
Okay, I can answer that some. Love is always about other. Okay? Love is something you give away. Love needs to be unconditional. When you love, you don't love because of what you think you might get. It's not because of you think you'll get the same thing back or whatever. You just give that. There is no conditional love. If it's conditional, it's not love. It's something else. Love only takes one. You know, a relationship takes two, but only one is all you need to love because it's a gift from you to somebody else with nothing required in return. And you give that because you want to. If you're concerned with, you know, with what you're getting back, how much you're putting out versus how much coming back, that sort of thing, then that's not really love. That's a game that's being played at the ego level of I'm a nice person, so I do nice things and I help people and I do this because I think I should, but at the same time, there's expectations of what should come back for that and where you want to go and where that should get you. So that is ego that's doing that. It's not really just giving, but it's giving conditionally. So it's just the ego that wants to be recognized, wants to have people searching for the right word. Have people appreciate you. And if you give and you don't feel like you're appreciated or not the way you want to be appreciated, then it's a problem. See, that's because you need to be appreciated. Needing to be appreciated is an ego. It's a need. So try to separate what is really love and what is you getting your needs met. Now, most of us go into relationships to get our needs met. That's what we do. We don't fall in love, we fall in need. And we meet their needs, they meet our needs. That's the basis of a relationship, is falling in need. That tends to be very problematical because needs change. People change. So eventually that tends to come apart with time.
So about that one, so when you're not in a relationship and it's just strangers out there, and you're, you know, and you feel like there's an opportunity to help somebody, and you really do want, there's a part of you that really wants to help that person, but then you feel like the timing for yourself was really just off or was not serving your, your mission or what you were trying to do or whatever, and you still do it, do you feel like there's a part of yourself that might be a little bit in like self-beating or putting yourself down or putting your own like distractions, you know what I'm saying? There's always going to be somebody needing something, and to me it's just been like I've created a lot of that in my life.
There's a difference between acting and being. If you feel like helping somebody because there's somebody in need and you'd like to help them, if this comes right out of your being level, you don't question it. It's not a matter of, should I help them? I need to be someplace else. I'm late for my appointment. Should I take the time to help the little old lady across the street, or can I wait for somebody else to help her because, I need to be someplace right away? Well, now you're making a deal. What are you going to give and what are you going to get out of it? And what are you going to get out of it? How much is it going to hurt? All right, how much is being late going to hurt? You're weighing that against being helpful. At the being level, you make the choice. You see somebody and you feel like helping them. And you know instantly whether that's what you're going to do. You don't think about it. You don't say, well, let me see how that works. You don't do a cost-benefit analysis on it. If you feel like there's something you just help them because you feel like that. And if you're late, you deal with it because helping them was worth it. It's just about them. It's not about you. See, if you have to think about what's in it for me, or what do I have to give up, or what's my penalty to pay, then that's not just caring. You'd like to help that other person because you think you should, and you'd like to, and you're in a position to help, but that's more in an acting capacity than it is in a being capacity. That's trying to be a good person, trying to do what you should do, trying to be helpful. Well, that's acting helpful, not being helpful. When you really are helpful, you don't have to think about it. If it's something that you see and you say, I should do that, you just do it. And then you deal with whatever happens. Or if you're on the way to surgery and somebody's life depends on you getting there in the next 30 seconds, you might just see that person in need and you might just walk on by because there's somebody else who's going to die and the lady will get somebody else to help her or she'll wait. But you just do it. You don't think about it. You don't have to weigh it and do an analysis. It just comes out of the being level. You do it and there's no regrets. You help her across the street and let's say you're late for an appointment, but you accept that. That's okay. So it's not a matter of how am I going to play in this? How's it going to affect me? If it's how's it going to affect me comes up, that's ego. Ego's about self. It's ego that wants to be appreciated. It's ego that needs to get return on investment. Yeah. Go what you feel.
Just go with what you feel, even if it's not the right thing.
Go with what you feel. See, that's being authentic. Don't worry about being right and doing the right thing. Just be who you are. Be authentic. Do it. And then look back on it and try to assess, was that good? Did it work out well? You see, or not? And then you'll learn from it. But trying to do the right thing just gets you in trouble because that's your ego trying to figure out what that right thing is. From the being level, just do it. And let the chips fall where they may, and then learn from it.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then, that kind of, for me, that's kind of in the same thing. The world's political scene right now, I know it has nothing to do with any of us. It's just is what it is. But my question is, since there are players in this virtual reality asserting their will on the virtual game, is there a possibility that we could have impeccable intent while asserting our will for good on the larger world? Or is that just not allowed? Are we supposed to just focus on our own self, consciousness growth?
Do things that you feel are right for the right reasons. If what you do is trying to lower entropy and do that without running over anybody else's free will, then that's a good thing to do, and let the chips fall where they may. If you are running over a lot of people's free will, I'm going to make a decision that's going to affect a whole lot of people, and not my problem. This is the decision I want. That's not a good thing to do. Yes, running over other people's free will is not useful. That's why it's not so helpful to go out and let's say, change the leadership. We don't like the way this political process is working or this economic process is working. I'm all powerful. I'm the genie. So I can change everybody and put kind and gentle people in there instead of the mean people that are in there now. That doesn't work. Those people are a representative of us. They're there because that's the way we are. And you just kind of have to let that be. So reaching out and rearranging things is arrogant. That I know the answers, I know the way things should be, so let me fix it for everybody. That's not a good way to do it. Again, just fix yourself and let that light shine, and that's your optimal contribution to the world, is to just fix yourself. And along the way of fixing yourself, if you see some act of kindness or something you can do to help somebody, do it. When you feel like that's the right thing to do, just do it. And don't worry about, did I do the right thing? If you try too hard to do the right thing, you probably won't. You'll just get confused. You'll never know what the right thing is because you overthink it. You got to live authentically out of your being level. Let the chips fall where they may, and then learn from your mistakes.
All right, so you brought up, this is something that you've brought up many times, is this idea of a paradigm shift in terms of our culture, eventually evolving to see a big enough picture to where love is the answer. And that's, well, I guess along these lines, as a science enthusiast, as a filmmaker, two of my heroes have always been, first and foremost, Carl Sagan and Stanley Kubrick as a filmmaker, because I feel like both of those heroes spoke towards what you're saying in terms of a paradigm shift, a bigger way of thinking that leads to love being the answer. Obviously, in 2001, A Space Odyssey, it chronicles these cultures from cavemen making these major cognitive leaps towards the metaphysical, seeing this bigger picture. And in many ways, I feel like as an artist, Carl Sagan even one-upped that, I think, with his pale blue dot photograph that I think we've all seen. I think in many ways, you're somewhat of a hero as well to me, in that I feel like your life's work, your research, speaks towards this paradigm shift, this bigger way of seeing. And obviously, through some of my own experiences, and I mean, I've spent years reading your book and watching the videos. It's important to me. But in the words of Carl Sagan, where's the evidence? And I trust me, I don't want you to have to recap stuff you said a million times. But I think, and I've had certain experiences that defy scientific understanding, and but I think these are times when I have to reach for added reserves of skepticism, and especially when I'm listening to what you have to say about MBT. Now let's pretend in this chair was Carl Sagan, and he was here saying, "What is your evidence?" Now, based on MBT, I know that it kind of all hinges on a couple of assumptions, and one of them is that reality is fundamentally consciousness-based. So what is your scientific evidence? And I'm talking in terms of scrutinizable physics and science lingo. What is your evidence? Sorry, I'll let you speak in a second. I know you've always bring up the double slit experiment, and I think that's really interesting. But there's plenty of scientists who are very well respected, and I respect them, who have a different explanation. For instance, I know at MIT, in the last few years, they did a study with fluid dynamics, and they were able, I guess they came up with pilot wave theory to sort of explain in physical terms an explanation for the double slit experiment. And I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has an explanation. It doesn't seem to lie in the non-physical. But you know, honestly, if you had like 5 minutes to be on stage next to Carl Sagan and you were having a debate with him, you know, to why MBT represents the new paradigm and way of thinking, what is your evidence?
Okay.
Sorry, that was very long-winded.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a real good question. Evidence comes for me in lots of personal experiences. It's how I developed the theory. I developed this theory not intellectually, but experientially. So I had lots of experiences, both as a physicist, understanding how the world works, and as a researcher in consciousness, trying to figure out how consciousness works. Once I was able to get around in the larger consciousness system, what I did was science. If you have an experience in a larger conscious system, and here's how you went about having that experience, and here's how it was, you can repeat that, and do you get the same experience? Or do you get a different experience every time? If you repeat it and get the same experience, then change a variable, do something different, approach it in a different way. Keep doing those sorts of things until you understand how it works. So that's just normal science. You change a variable, hold the other steady, see what changes. Change a different variable, and so on. So I did that kind of research. Of course, that's all in my head. That's my own experience. That's not objective, that's subjective. But subjective can also be scientific as long as you do good statistical assessments of it. That's how medicine does its research. It's all subjective. Does this hurt? Does this not hurt? You give somebody a pill, does it make their headache go away? Well, you give one person a pill and their headache goes away, doesn't mean a thing. Headache might have gone away anyhow. You got to give 1,000 people that pill. All 1,000 of them are different. They all react differently to it. But you do statistics on how many got rid of their headache at that time, and then you do it again. And eventually you build up enough confidence in your result. In statistics, that's called statistical significance, that you feel like your answer is real. Well, that's basically the way I approach the problem. Doing the research, building up statistical significance, trying to find out what mattered and what didn't. So that's how I came up with it. And then I went through a testing phase. After I kind of came up with the basic theory of consciousness, I had a testing phase, which said, okay, if these ideas are right, then can I find some information that conflicts with them? Is there something that this doesn't work on? It just doesn't work that way. Can I make, I make predictions of the way things should be based on my theory, just logical extrapolations of the theory. And are things really like that? Can I find something that isn't like that? Something that the theory doesn't do? And all of these phases took time. My research phase was probably over about 35 years. The check it out phase was probably over, a decade or so. And I came to certain conclusions. I wrote them down, and that's my book. That's where those conclusions come from. It's subjective for the most part. I will tell you it was good science because I'm hard to convince. I'm a physicist, and I'm very skeptical. And the thing you have to be most skeptical about is yourself, your own work, your own conclusions. That's where skepticism needs to be applied most, is about yourself. So that's one thing. That's kind of where I came from. But what has actually given me more confidence about it, because I don't say that this is right, this is the truth. I say this is the best model I've been able to come up with that hits all the data points, that I can't find anything that it doesn't explain. But I got more confidence in it being a good model. A good model is defined as a model that works. that produces the answer. It explains everything that you used to know, and it explains some things that nobody knows yet. And then you do experiments to see if those things are the way you think. Okay, well, that's basically what I've done. I've done both of those. So I looked for things to make sure I could explain everything it was and do it in a logical way. You know, you can explain anything if you have enough assumptions, obviously. So it has to be logical, it has to be elegant, and it has to be simple theory. A theory is more likely to be true if it has fewer assumptions. So I took all of that and thought that I had a pretty good model of consciousness, and then realized that I had a very good model of physics as well. That some of the big paradoxes in physics, such as why is C a constant, you know, and the double slit, why does it work that way? Actually, all of quantum mechanics. So why is it that when you measure a spin state, it's always a random value, a spin up or spin down, always random? Okay, why is it like that? And I could take my concepts of consciousness, which led me to virtual reality, which led me to a better explanation of physics, and I can explain all of the mysteries, all of the paradoxes that are in physics. I have 6 experiments now out. I did in a MBTLA workshop in Los Angeles last October, and those 6 experiments are experiments that have never been done before. They're experiments that, if they work as I think they should, will all perform major miracles. They'll do things that are impossible. Just like the double slit kind of does things that are impossible. Particles just arrange themselves in a probability distribution or a diffraction distribution for no apparent reason. But these are even more dramatic than that. They're very dramatic. Not only do they do the impossible, such as predicting where a radioactive source will send its next particle, which is basically random, where a photon aimed at a half-silvered mirror, whether it will transmit or reflect from that half-silvered mirror. A half-silvered mirror basically is a piece of glass with a lot of little reflective dots on it, and the reflective dots make up just half the area of the whole thing. So depending on where it hits, it'll either reflect if it hits a dot, or it'll pass through, it'll transmit if it misses a dot. And since we don't know exactly where photons are, then it's a random thing that happens. And one of my experiments will predict whether that photon will reflect or whether it will transmit before it gets to that thing. So these are impossible things to do. And the way the experiments are set up, it also says that because you can change the experiment and see how the results change, it says that there's an intelligent force, if you will, behind the results of this experiment, because we can change and it alters itself to change because of our change. Okay? So it not only says that virtual reality is a good way, a good model for understanding physics, but also that the larger conscious system is an intelligent system from which that model branches. So now these are experiments never been done before. All of my predictions would be crazy in the sense that they're all things that have never happened and should be impossible. So that's one way that I'm trying to produce credibility. You know, like, how do you know that this is a good model? Well, good models predict all the data points. By that I mean, here's all the things we know. Everything we know because we've done the experiments and this is reality. Well, a good model has to support all of those things happening. And just those things happening. It doesn't support things that we don't measure. It doesn't have to, it has to only support the stuff that does happen, predicts some new things. Well, this model's been very successful so far at doing that. There's lots of mysteries in physics, like what was before the Big Bang? How did it get there? How did that little ball of plasma end up there? The Big Bang. There's things, that's the way virtual reality works. Ask the elf, where did your reality start? And he'll say, well, it wasn't there, and then there it was. It just came out of nothing. That's the Elf's viewpoint. That's the way virtual realities work. When the run buttons hit, they're there. Before that, they're not. It explains things like time, mass, spin, gravity. All those things are basic things of physics. Okay? Physicists don't have any idea where they come from. All the fundamentals of physics have no source. We don't know where any of those things come from. Well, in a virtual reality, they're just part of the rule set. Okay, action at a distance. We have lots of things that work action at a distance, like electric fields. You have a charge here, and you have a charge there, and you move this one, and that one moves. Action at a distance. Yeah, did you? Okay. Well, that's another one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he says he's heard me say all these things, so that's good. I don't have to go through all that. So there's that sort of thing. Okay. Plus there's things like tunneling. Plus there's just lots of things that are unknown. Plus in quantum mechanics, there's the observer paradox. Why do you need an observer? Why does the observer have anything to do with it? It answers that. You're an observer because that's how the reality is created. It's through the mind of an observer. Without the observer, it's not there. So it answers everything. It's not that this is presented as the truth. It's presented as a model. It's just a model.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a model, what you're saying, it makes a lot of logical sense when you, based on my own experience, it's the only thing that comes close to coming with an answer, but it does make a lot of logical sense. But in terms of, the whole point of MBT is to reach the world. And as you said, the world looks to science. They want to know, ultimately, you're going to have to convince people out there using scientific terms. So if it all hinges on an assumption that reality is fundamentally non-physical and consciousness-based, that one assumption has to have verifiable evidence that you can show people. So what is that evidence?
Well, that evidence is the very evidence that's making virtual reality a thing in science. Scientists don't come up with that idea because they think it's neat or it's a new fad. They're coming up with that because their own experiments are telling them that there's no other explanation. Scientists no longer think of electrons as chunks of mass with charge. They think of them as points with attributes of mass and charge. And when they think of it that way, when that's the way they describe it mathematically, they can compute the right answer that they get in an experiment. They think of it as a little chunk of mass with a charge, they can't get the right answer. Physicists, the proof is the proof that's driving physicists to virtual reality. They're not coming to virtual reality because they've listened to my videos. They're coming to virtual reality because their experiments aren't leaving them any other choice. That's why they're taking it seriously. There's no other way to explain things. So I have this model. Now, my model was based on virtual reality, while virtual reality was way out on the fringe. Now virtual reality has come more and more into the mainstream and getting closer. A day doesn't go by that somebody sends me some kind of physics paper talking about virtual reality is the only way to explain this. So physicists are dragging themselves to this conclusion by their experiments. It's not mine to prove to them. They do their experiments, and it's coming up. Virtual reality is the thing that has the explanation. Nothing else seems to work. So mine is a model. And I tell people, don't confuse the model of reality with reality. Okay, mine is just a model of reality. A model is only good as how well it predicts and how well it meets the points that are there. And I just leave that up to people to decide. I can explain things that physicists can't explain, and I can do it consistently and logically. So that's my credibility, is that I got a model, the model works. It's like, it's not that I have to prove something. It's just, here's a model, see if it works. Brian Whitworth did a little study where he laid out virtual reality as an assumption and the material-based reality as an assumption, and then looked at physics over the last 50 years and said, which one of these models fits the data? And his answer was virtual reality. It's what fits the data, can explain more things, fewer paradoxes. So there's the model. So I don't really feel like I need, particular evidence. I think the evidence is everywhere. The evidence is in all the physics experiments that have been done in the last decade that say virtual reality is the only way we can explain this data. My model is a little different than theirs because my model goes further. They want to only look at the material world, kind of limited to that in their viewpoint. Mine is bigger than that. It includes consciousness, and it includes the idea that if you're talking virtual reality, then if you're logical, you also have to realize that consciousness is the player and that the computer is non-physical. That's not an assumption. That's just logic. If it's virtual reality, then you get those other two conclusions. There's no assumption there. Any virtual reality has to be that way, including the virtual reality that physicists are coming up with to solve their experiments. So that would be my, that's kind of my set of it. But I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that this is a model, and the model has to be judged by the people who do science. It's a scientific model, and it either works or it doesn't. If it doesn't work, then it needs to be changed so that it does work, or it needs to be thrown out.
Sorry, let someone else talk. But do your new proposed experiments, do you think they will get to the heart of the matter of providing scientific evidence to support the claim that reality is fundamentally consciousness based?
Yeah, I think they will definitely make the claim that reality is virtual, because there is absolutely no other way to explain them. But then just an explanation that makes quantum mechanics logical science rather than weird science, that's pretty good too. That explains why C has to be a constant. That's pretty good. But yes, I think these experiments will say it has to be a virtual reality because there's no other way that we could get these results. And secondly, because of the way the changing of the experiments changes the way they work, I think they would have to say that there's something intelligent in this process, because decisions have to be made. And in that case, I think consciousness as the computer is the only logical place to go, but whether they'll go there or not, I don't know. That won't be an easy trip for them to make to that choice, but that's a logical possibility. So, my thought is that you just offer up a model, and then people, scientists, need to look at the model and see if it fits. If it's a better model than what they have, use it. If it's a worse model than what they have, throw it away. And I'm all in favor of that. I think this is a better model than what they have. It answers more questions, solves more riddles than any other model around. So, I think everybody needs to be skeptical. Absolutely. And more skepticism, the better. I think these experiments will make a big difference if they work the way I say they work. This is experimental science. We won't know how they're going to work till they're done. Actually, until they're done several places. They'll need to be done 3 or 4 universities before it becomes a fact that they work or they don't work.
And I can just say, finally, just to sum up this whole thing, I think it does at least, I appreciate the fact that you're putting yourself on the line to come up with some experiments that might actually be falsifiable to help support all that you've been saying. I mean, it means something. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, well, like I say, they'll work or they won't work. Whichever way is okay with me, in the sense I'll learn something. I'm not, hard over on either one. I think they will work. I believe I've got the virtual reality figured correctly, but you don't always know. I don't have all the answers. There could be something I'm missing or some other attribute that is different than what I think it is. So we'll see if they work. I think they probably will, but that's what science does. It puts up, it says, here are predictions. And of course, these predictions aren't predictions that anybody else would come to for any other reason. They're way out there, impossible predictions. So if they work, that should be pretty dramatic. So But I will learn either way. When you composite virtual reality and say, okay, here's how our reality works, it's virtual. But then when you try to say, well, how would virtual reality, how would the larger consciousness system work this particular experiment? You have this experiment with all these logical, choices in it. How would the larger conscious system work that experiment? And why would they work it that way? And there's choices. The experiment could be done by the larger conscious system 2 or 3 different ways. One of my ways of deciding which way I pick that I think it'll do is the most efficient way, okay, the most parsimonious way, the way that's most direct as far as the calculation goes, minimal calculation. So that's the way I pick. I'll say, all right, this is what I think will happen because that's, I think, the most efficient process. But there may be 4 or 5 different processes it could use to get someplace. Now, I may be wrong in which is the most efficient process. I may have picked the wrong process. Or it may think that, well, okay, this process is not efficient, but I like this one better because of some other effect that it has, some other reason. And then I wouldn't be right on that one either. So I don't know exactly how these things are going to come out. I've just made my best guess the way I think they will, put them out there, and we'll see. And for me, if I find out they don't come out, well, that'll tell me something about how the larger consciousness system will do its processes. You see? And maybe I can understand that. If I do, then I'll change the model a little bit. If I can't understand it, if it's like, well, I just don't know why they're like that, well, then my model isn't working. Well, that's good to know too. So it's a model. It's science. It'll work however it works, and we'll learn something from it. And I'm anxious to learn whatever there is to learn there. If it works the way I say, then it'll be a very dramatic change, and the idea of virtual reality will come very quickly. If it works differently, it's still going to go that way because virtual reality is better physics. It answers better physics, but it may go in a different direction.
I honestly hope it works. I hope you're able to convince everyone. If anything, for the simple reason that everything you're saying ultimately leads to love is the answer. And I mean,
who can argue with that?
Who can argue with that? And maybe going back to 2001, A Space Odyssey, this next star child generation that represents the future of our destiny as a species, as a planet. If we can come to some framework of a bigger picture to change our entire way of being, to cooperate, to work together, and to see ourselves as one, I think you would have. I mean, if you can find a way to prove that in the scientific community, I think you deserve a Nobel Prize more than anyone. So thank you.
Well, we'll see. See, that's how science works, is that people step up and make predictions and have theories and have models, and then you test them and see how the models work. And however they work, people learn something, and then you make new models. And so what I'm doing here is science. It's just a bigger, broader approach to science than scientists usually take, because it includes the subjective as well as the objective, and consciousness as well as material things. And if that works, then that's a much bigger picture, because that solves problems in theology, it solves problems in psychology, it solves problems in ontology, cosmology. All these problems now get solved in ways that come up with logical answers. So it's a bigger thing than just science. It's a bigger model. And if that works, I think that will change things rather abruptly. If it doesn't, then we'll go to the next step. It's the pursuit of truth, actually, is really what's going on. And that'll be whatever it turns out. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, and to follow up with what his question was about, is, all due respect to science, the fact is, science is not the only way to know things. For instance, mathematics is a way to know things, but mathematics isn't derived from experiment. Mathematics is derived from mental comprehension. There was a time in history when no one knew what numbers were. No one had a concept of numbers. But someone along the line got the notion of numbers. At least I assume that's true. And then what evolved from that is an increasingly complex understanding of the world based on numbers. Correct?
Right.
And that wasn't something that could be proven to someone else in an empirical way. That was something that was private knowledge that could be shared. In other words, people were taught mathematics. They wouldn't know it just right off the bat. And you had to explain to them what mathematics involved, and they had to be able to comprehend what you were explaining.
Yeah, but there's a practical.
I know mathematics has applications.
Yeah, there's a practical thing here. It gets down to the question: does it work? What can I do with it? Is it useful?
But here's the point I'm making. That's a metaphor for the idea that one of the things that you did is you experiment in the larger consciousness system, and you had experiences. Now the difference there is between that and mathematics is that you couldn't just share you can tell us, but frankly that wouldn't do us a lot of good because we'd just be looking at it like, it's like the book Flatland, which describes the two-dimensional world. And in that book, a three-dimensional being comes in, and of course all they see him is in 2 dimensions, and he's talking about being three-dimensional. And he completely loses them because they have no clue as what that means. And that's the same thing with your experiences in the larger consciousness system. See, what I think is really important here is that people become more aware of and more capable of experiencing is the larger consciousness system. Frankly, I think that way outweighs any verification of your theory, because people have a great capacity for denial. I mean, people have a great capacity for ignoring facts. Evolution, when Darwin came out with, his theory of evolution, most people either thought it was crazy or morally objected to it or whatever it is. Now, in that case, there was evidence, empirical evidence. There were, artifacts. There were, I'm blanking on the word now, fossils. There's fossils. But see, for me, what's going to make the difference here is that we become more and more aware of the fact that there's an experience domain that we could access. I think, for instance, near-death experiences. And the amount of data that's now been, there's like 8 million cases of that now. And in fact, there was a project by a resuscitation physician at Stony Brook, SUNY Stony Brook, Sam Ramey, I think his name is. And what it was is in critical care units, they had some kind of display that when people go into cardiac arrest, they would interview them afterwards to see whether or not they actually saw what was on the display during their cardiac arrest. Now that would give evidence, and I think they did derive some evidence from that study. But I guess what I'm saying is I think until people really start in fairly large numbers becoming aware of the fact that there's a whole domain of experience that they don't normally have, and start to engage in practices that would make that experience directly known by them, because that'll make the whole argument a lot more real for people. If you just display in a newspaper, world is confirmed as a virtual reality, my opinion is they'll think, oh, that's kind of, they'll either just ignore it or, in most cases, because it's not going to change how much the groceries cost, It's really not going to change anything about their lives, other than the fact that now it may, over time, like over decades of time, as people are born and they grow up in a culture which had that view. But I really think it's experience that's going to dictate this, and the fact that more and more people have the experience.
Yeah. Well, experience was the source of this. Sure. This started out as a model to explain all the experiences that I had, including as a physicist, but also as a conscious researcher, doing out-of-body, doing healing, doing remote viewing. And I knew that these things were real because my statistics said that was statistically significant, that it was real. So I wanted something that explained it all to me, all of my experience. And that's what I started working on, this model. So when I first published the books, I saw them as a model of consciousness, a theory of consciousness. It wasn't until a couple of years later that I realized, they also explain why C is a constant, how quantum mechanics works, and all the rest of it. Then I started looking at all the other paradoxes in science, and check, 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 check. They all just fell down one after another. But this model was born out of my own experience. And being a scientist, I wanted to put a model that was consistent across everything that would explain my experience, all in the logical context, because that's what physicists do, make models in logical context. I did that, and it was just serendipity that it turned out to be better physics. You see, I didn't start it as a model to explain physics. I started as a model to explain consciousness based on, here are my data points. Now, I had all the data points that went from J.B. Rhine's, psi research at Duke, to all the other things that had happened. And yes, there was lots and lots of evidence of people who can do things that are not materialistically explainable. And I had done a whole lot of them myself. So I knew that these things were real. And I knew that any real understanding of the larger reality would have to include those things, because I knew they were real. Thousands of people have done it, thousands of places. Psi research has been going on for 100 years or so. There's a lot written about it. A lot of it is done with very good scientific protocols, such as Pear Labs. And I wanted to be able to come up with a model that that explained every one of those data points, including all of my experiences in the larger consciousness system. And that's what I wrote about, really. Science fell out without me even trying. It just fell right out of that. So the thing there is, if you understand consciousness, you can derive physics from it. That makes consciousness more fundamental than physics. So once I started seeing that it answered the paradoxes in physics, I started getting more and more confident that it probably was a good theory, because any theory that in its logical flow can explain physics at the end of that logical flow, then the beginning of that logical flow that enables you to get to that end probably is pretty close too. Because you can't take bad assumptions, produce a logical flow that gives you physics that works. That's unlikely. Not impossible, but that's unlikely. So all of that together just builds up confidence. But I won't say that this model is correct. It's just a model. And we'll see how correct it is, as time goes on and more evidence comes in. That's the way physics works. You offer up models and you see how they work. This one works a lot of places. Like I say, people come up and say, have you been studying, Zen Buddhism? Have you been studying the Kabbalah? Have you been doing this and that? All this stuff suddenly works. Probably every month I get people writing me letters that say, thank you so much for letting me know that I wasn't insane. Because they had these experiences and they knew they were real, but they didn't know how or why or what. And they're kind of lost, can't talk to anybody about them. So, I hear a lot of that. So these ideas seem to explain an awful lot about people's experience in the subjective world and people's experience, like scientists, in the objective world. So it seems to hit all these data points. That gives me confidence that it's probably a good theory. But is it right? Can you prove it? Nah. I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to that, and maybe we'll find more out later. But yeah, it started as an experiential theory, not as scientific theory. So you're right. That's an important part of it. But if it's a good theory, then it needs to explain all of these things. You see, a theory that just explains physics, but can't explain how people can heal with their minds, well, that's not a complete theory. Because we know people can heal with their minds. There's lots of evidence that can happen. I've done it thousands of times. If you have a theory that explains physics but won't explain why Pear Labs can influence medians of random distributions, well, then it's not a whole theory. It's only part of a theory. You've got to explain that because Pear Labs did the data. It's right. That has to explain that. So the idea that, well, we can only explain this subset of data. The rest of it, we don't know, so we'll just say that it doesn't exist, that everybody's made a mistake and all the people who've had those experiences are all crazy. That's a cop-out. You have to look at all of this data and realize all of these things happen. Been measured lots of times. Thousands of people experience them. They're real. A good model has to explain all of it, not just a piece of it. If it's a real toe, if it's a big toe, it's got to explain the whole thing. So that was my idea as a physicist and how I got to this conclusion.
Would you see that out of the my big toe theory, that one of the applications would be for or like if it became widely known that we live in a virtual reality, whether that might not encourage people to explore the larger consciousness system once they begin to understand that this reality isn't the all-inclusive reality. Because, see, again, for me, what'll really make the difference is if people start to verify in their own experience what you're saying. And I can see how the physics end of it could make that a more a thing that people might be more attracted to and think that would be worth it. Yeah.
That's why when I do these workshops, day 2 is experiential, because that's important for people to get that experiential connection, and it's not just all theory. It's got to be part of their experience. Okay, who next has the microphone? It was a long time waiting, but you finally get to answer your question.
Well, it's going to be short, but it has to do with Carl Sagan over there. It's like old-timey physics tells us that, like, it never ends. I mean, there's got to be a particle that builds a particle that builds a particle. It keeps going forever and ever and ever. That seems a little bit more mystical than what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, old-timey physics is based on mysticism.
Okay.
Because they don't know where the Big Bang came from. They don't know where mass comes from. They don't know where, why. There's a lot of things they don't know. And
it just seems
they just are. You see, mass just is. Time just is. Space just is. There's no reason for it. And when your science is based on, well, it just is because it is, to me, that's the definition of mysticism.
Right. Yeah, and it just seems to me if it really is that way, it would probably collapse on itself.
So, yeah, I find that too. Basic physics has this flaw in it, is that they're very fundamental things all just pop out of nothing. They just are.
Yeah.
Including the Big Bang. So
just doesn't make any sense.
That tells you, when that's the case, that tells you that there's a bigger picture out there that they're missing that can explain those things.
Right.
They don't just pop out of nothing. They're like that for a reason. And the virtual reality gives that explanation.
It makes a lot more sense to me than things going on forever and ever and ever and building on, just
I find
crazy.
that too. I find that the virtual reality is a much more buttoned down, more logical, less mystical than traditional physics.
Yeah.
Who's got?
Yeah. I just had a couple of quick questions about MBT and its relationship to dreaming, just regular dreaming. So the first question is, we spend a large chunk of our lives dreaming. So I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on the MBT explanation of regular dreams, not necessarily lucid dreams. Then the next question would be, are dreams a form of an entropy reduction trainer? As a second question. And then finally, and if so, why do we forget them so easily? And also, when we're in regular dreams, we seem to lose our free will awareness, so that we just kind of go along with the flow of the dream and can't really seem to control it as well. And so that means it's not that great of a entropy reduction trainer.
Okay, all of those questions will come out of the same explanation. It'll explain all of them kind of at once. Your dreams are indeed just another reality frame for which you to experience in. Okay? It's another virtual reality. It's not a less of a reality or a greater reality or more real or less real. It's just a different virtual reality. It's another place where consciousness makes choices. Now, when you make choices there, you make choices out of your being level. All the choices are made right out of the being level. It's who you are at the core. You don't make choices from your intellect. There's a reason for that. This dream reality wants to know, or gives you an opportunity to make choices that are not affected by your pretending, not affected by your ego, not affected by your how you think you ought to answer the question, gaming the system, that kind of stuff. If you talk with somebody's intellect, you're going to get a lot of that. Well, what's the right answer? Well, what should I do here? You have the intellect doing analysis, and most of that has to do with fear and ego and belief. In the dream reality, all that's gone. The reason why you don't have cognition, unless it's a lucid dream, is that the system doesn't want you to start there. It wants you to make those choices right out of the being level, because that's a more honest, authentic you than the intellect overlay that's trying to play a role, okay, trying to be an image. Now, why do you not, remember them? Well, because your memory of them is more or less irrelevant, in a sense that puts it back in your intellect. The system really doesn't want to work with your intellect. That's not where the rubber meets the road. That's not where you're going to learn something. You got to learn it by changing yourself, right? The being level. So the system isn't that interested in running things through your intellect, because then it has to deal with your ego and your beliefs and your fear and all that junk that adds confusion to what's going on. So it just bypasses that. Your dream comes out of the being level, the choices you make. So if you're in a dream and you make really bad choices, you do some awful things, that's you. That's the way you are. That's really you. See? And you say, oh, that was just a dream. I would never do that here. I would never make that choice here. Yes, you would. You just would never admit that you would want to make that choice. But in the dream, you get it. So it's a more honest, more authentic interaction than what you get here with the intellect in charge and all the acting as opposed to being that takes place here. So I think that answered all of your questions. No. Okay, the question was, you're not talking into the mic. So the question was, it seems like we're losing the free will in the dream. You're not losing the free will at all. Free will doesn't just come through your intellect. You have the free will at the being level. You're making all those choices out of your free will. They're just honest choices, not choices modified by your image of yourself or what you think you should do or what you think is right. It's just what you are. So the free will is intact and complete. Free will doesn't have to run through the intellect.
I have a question that's related. I've heard you tell people that if they depend too much on outside authorities or outside resources, that the universe will start throwing them curveballs to teach them a lesson that they have to make their own choices. And I've had that experience in spades in my life, and I finally realized that I have to start making my own choices. And if I make mistakes in the process, so be it, because the alternative was awful. And I just would like a little better understanding of what the dynamic is there. Is the universe intent on my giving me feedback on my genuine intent? Is that what's going on there?
Okay. Yeah, I guess that would be one way to put it, that it's giving you feedback on your genuine intent. The problem about not making your own choices is a problem that many people get into when they start to realize that they can get information paranormally. They can get information from the larger consciousness system. They've got a source, and now they're thinking, well, that source knows more than I do. I don't know much. That source knows a whole lot more than I do. And pretty soon, they can't do anything without consulting the stars first or some other source. They're really bound to get somebody else to tell them whether this is a good thing or not. That's because they're wadded up with fear about being adequate to make those choices themselves. Let somebody that's a lot wiser than me make the choice and tell me what to do. Well, initially, the system may actually give you good information about choices, help you out, help you see how to make better choices or what might be a good choice. But if you become dependent on it, then yes, the system will start throwing you a curveball. It'll give you information that leads you to, bang your head against the wall or do something stupid if you rely on it too much. And what it's telling you is just make your own choices. If you rely on me, every once in a while, I'm going to give you something so bogus that it'll embarrass you. So don't rely on me. Make your own choices. It's trying to force you to get back in the game. Instead of, it's like you're a player in the game, but you hire somebody else to play the game for you. Well, you're not learning anything that way. So that's typically the way that's played. Some people will do that here, even in the physical reality. They can't make choices. They have somebody else. They'll ask 10 people, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And they gather all this information. And when they're done gathering all the information, they're no further ahead on what should they do than they were before they started. It doesn't work. They have to end up making the choice. And if they just rely on somebody else, then bad things will probably happen eventually that will try to cure them of that habit. It's just, I don't call it the universe, because to me the universe is a material thing with a certain number of stars and other things in it, and a certain volume. But the larger consciousness system wants us to succeed. And it will help us to succeed. Remember, this larger conscious system is conscious. It's got intelligence. It does analysis. It understands all these probabilities I put over here, what the possibilities are. It understands your choices real well, but it can't really help you make them because otherwise you wouldn't grow up. It has to let you make them. But if it can nudge you, give you a little advice, help you out, put something that you need to learn, or give you a lesson like a quick, rap across the knuckles, as a lesson, it will do that. That's often called synchronicity, when things just happen for your benefit, whether you like it or not. It just happens. And so the system is an active part of this game. It's an active part of what's going on. The system will try to help you make better decisions, but you have to make them. It'll never make the decision for you.
So it sounds like it puts a certain premium on self-reliance. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes. Yeah. Well, you have to make the choice. You're not going to grow up if you don't make the choice. So yes, you have to rely on yourself. It has to be you doing it. And if you're somehow getting out of doing that, you're somehow escaping that responsibility, then it typically leads to no good end. Because then that's the lesson, to get back and make your own choices.
Okay. Thank you.
Somebody has a mic. Where is it? Ah, okay. The mic's up here.
Hey, I've got just a couple of comments. You were mentioning random number generators and paranormal research. For those of you who don't know, random number generators are really standard in a lot of paranormal research because you can intend and flip the result with your intent so that a certain number can show up when it shouldn't. And since we're talking about cultural connection in New York City, from living in this area for 20 years and studying Tom for 10 years, I've noticed that New York City itself is a giant random person generator. And if you start walking through New York City with a certain intent to meet a certain kind of person, the system might really link you up with that person or that situation in a really interesting way. Whether or not you take that opportunity well or not, it's you. But you just made me think of that with the question earlier. So the city is actually a really fun place for MBT, I noticed.
Yeah. The system can provide lessons or help for you as long as they are within the uncertainty of the situation. In other words, as long as there's plausible deniability that the system was involved at all. That's important to maintain the integrity of the virtual reality. So in a place like New York, where there's so many possibilities, right? You have a large amount of possibilities because you have so many people interacting. There's lots of uncertainty as to where anybody might be at any time for any reason. And the system can use that kind of uncertainty to create synchronicities that are then helpful to individuals. Yeah. Okay.
Hi. My question is about group consciousness. For example, an angry mob is a good example of a group consciousness that is driven by the lowest common denominator. Mm-hmm. And do you think it's always this, or other examples of group consciousnesses that are driven or somehow ascend to possibly the highest denominator? And if so, what percentage maybe of the group has to be at that point to become a critical mass and draw the whole group to their level?
Okay, the answer to that is yes, it works both ways. Consciousness just has a few rules, and the rules apply in all directions. If there are a group of people who are very successful at becoming love, and you happen to bump into them, you like them, it feels good, you get good vibes, you smile a lot. It's just a nice space to be in when you're around those kinds of people. They pull you up. It works the same way as the mob pulls everybody down. It's group consciousness. Now, what does it take? There isn't any particular critical mass that's required. It just gets stronger as the group gets bigger. So if you have two people and they're both angry, that doesn't make a mob yet, right? But if you have three people and they're all making each other more angry than they were before, then you have a very small mob. But if you get 1,000 people that are all angry and are egging each other on with their anger in a group consciousness, now you have something that can do really a lot of damage. Okay. So the more people, it's not that it's stronger, it just gets to be a point that it's more damaging. It has bigger effects with it. So if you have one person who has grown up, they'll help raise the consciousness of everybody they interact with by a little bit. Everybody they interact with, at work, on the street, everywhere. And if you had 2 or 3 such people, then that effect would be 2 or 3 times larger, you see. And as people end up having their level of awareness raised because they're hanging out with good company, then they help raise the level of other people that aren't quite up to where they are yet. So the whole thing just, is a chain. That's why I think we have a really good chance of making this upcoming opportunity to move toward a kind of a giant step in consciousness quality, because I think that it will feed on itself very quickly. If you have even any kind of sizable minority, that can turn into a large majority pretty quickly, particularly if those people that are potential members are sitting there hungry at a deep level for that kind of an answer. You see, they'll connect much more readily. So no, just us talking to each other and the people we talk to, there's 7.5 billion people on the planet. We're not going to talk to half of them or a quarter of them or even 1/100th of 1% of them. But if we have ideas that resonate with them, and if we can get those ideas, even in our little 100th of a 1%, it could spread rather quickly for just this reason. It could be something that catches on quickly because there's a need, there's a desire for that kind of a understanding. So that's what gives me some hope that this thing can spread into a bigger picture thing rather quickly.
You and me both. And then I've seen this estimates that was saying if there's a certain number, and the numbers would vary, but a certain number of people, 2% or 5%, would become enlightened, that would be enough to tip the global scales just in the immediate sort of flip. And that contrasts sharply with the other point that you made earlier, that even if it depresses me to hear that even if for a company it takes 5 years to change the culture, how long would it take to change the planetary cultures?
Well, it depends on a lot of things. I think we can move more quickly in changing our kind of culture at the human race level, because I think we will have a whole lot of people, maybe even a majority of those 7.5 billion, who really want to go there, who really look around and say, this isn't working, this isn't good, these ideas aren't working. You know, what we've had in the past hasn't been very successful at getting us there. People are quick to pile on to something if they have a resonance with it. You know, if it resonates with them, they'll sign up very quickly. When you have a corporate culture, let's say that culture is one of abusing their customers, taking whatever they can, cooking the books, basically getting ahead in ways that aren't up on the up and up. And of course the business doesn't do well, because when that's your culture, eventually you crash and burn in the business world. It only works in the short term, not in the long term. And if that's the case, so somebody comes in, they want to remake it. They want to make people do the right thing for the right reasons and so on. Well, they'll probably find buy-in there, because most people would rather do the right things for the right reason. And that cultural change will probably take place in 2 or 3 years, or maybe even less. But if it's the opposite way, if it's a company that's been very honest and straightforward, and somebody comes in and sees an opportunity to, if they could just cheat a little around the edges, they can make a whole lot more profit, that culture would probably be very resistant to that. A lot of people would leave. It would be something that would take 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 years to change that. So it kind of depends on where it's going, how long it takes, and how many people resonate with where they're going as opposed to where they've been.
And I feel like now we need every pair of hands on deck. And from that perspective, I was curious, what about the people that started out with you at Monroe Institute, these other students that helped setting up the lab? What happened with them over the years? And are any of them working in the same direction, or possibly collaborating or advancing this type of thinking?
Kind of yes and no. They're not doing the same thing I'm doing. None of them. The person I worked most closely with was Dennis Menerick. And there's a couple of YouTube videos where Dennis comes out and talks. I kind of went a little, Dennis is a double E, electrical engineer, and I'm a physicist. Engineers tend to be more practical. They want to do things that work, and physicists tend to be more theoretical. They want to understand how it works. They're not so concerned about it working as they are understanding it. So I worked to develop that understanding. Dennis didn't particularly have the inclination to go there, but is he a well-evolved consciousness that understands bigger picture? Yes. But he didn't decide to go after it as I did. Though he listened, he did come. The last time I was in New York and gave a talk, I did a workshop in New York some years ago. Dennis and his wife both came and sat through it and really enjoyed it a whole lot. So it was easy for him to follow it and get it. It was very simple for him to to deal with it. So it does change people. Just meditating will change you. Just learning to get along with your consciousness, to understand your consciousness. Just meditation all by itself will change you in some extent. And I mean change you in a way that's permanent.
And to facilitate that process, the last thing I want to ask is, since, say, 80% of our decisions are coming from fear or some variation thereof, would you be so kind as to share what was the largest fear you encountered in your life, in your process, and how you overcame it?
Well, that would be hard to come up with. What is the largest fear? I can maybe talk about the very beginning of doing the out-of-body research. When I first met Bob, and he was starting to teach us how to go out of body. I was 20-something, 27 maybe, and I had a wife and a child, responsibilities, and a job, and I had this sense of, well, what if you don't come back? What if you just go out of body and something else happens, you go off, do something else with your body, what will happen to it? And I came to the conclusion, well, if that happens, I'll accept it. I'll go on. So I decided that really wasn't going to be an issue. Even though I had responsibilities and other things, I didn't think that was likely, but I didn't know whether it was or not. And I had to come to the conclusion that I'd accept that. And if that's what happened, that's what happened. But I wanted to find out. I wanted to know. I wanted to have experience with it firsthand so it could be my truth and not just a belief of something that somebody else did. So for me, it was just, well, okay, that's it. I'm going anyway. So it just takes courage to decide what it is you want to do, and then you just do it. So that was one maybe that I started with some fear. But in general, I find that the less fear you have, or the more fear that you get rid of, the easier it is to get rid of fear. Fear starts to roll off easily after the first 2 or 3 fears that you beat. It comes pretty quickly then. It starts to unload much more easily with less effort. The toughest fear to get rid of is the first fear you get rid of. So my advice there is pick an easy one. Don't pick the hardest one in the bunch. Pick an easy one. Work with that, and then when you're successful, that'll give you a lot of encouragement for doing the next one.
Tom, I have a question about sleep and how fundamental it is. It appears to me that sleep, from what you said earlier, it appears to me that sleeping is the same as a reality shift, because it's just another experience package if you're dreaming.
Yeah, not exactly right. Sleep is a little more than that. Dreaming is just another reality.
Right.
Shift.
Okay. Yes.
Sleep also has a function that has to do with the rule set and the avatar. And the avatar's needs to recuperate from the day. Biological processes have to take place to...
That probably answers quite a lot of the question, because I was going to ask that when, let's say that each of us goes to sleep every night, we'll probably dream whether we realize that or not, but it seems to me that when we do dream, it's in a less dense or restricted reality, because we're not having to get food, we're not having to pull our bodies around and such like. So I was wondering, is that fundamental? If we accept that our daily experience is only one dimension or reality frame, and that there's other dimensions and reality frames going on, do each of these entities also, in effect, go to sleep and go to a less dense reality?
It's not like that.
It's not. Do you want to say it or shall I?
It's your question. You should say.
When we go to sleep, And if we dream, we do so in a less dense reality because we're not having to pull our bodies around or eat. And what I was asking is that if there's other realities, do they go to sleep and do they go to a less dense reality as well?
Yeah, no, it doesn't really work that way. There are lots of different virtual realities that have their own function, okay, and their own reason for being. So two of the ones that we work in all the time are this physical matter universe, and the other is dreaming. They're just two different data streams. Okay? The reason that we dream is because it gives us another opportunity to work on what it is we're doing, which is making choices that can help us learn and grow up. Okay, so it's like we work all day and then we work all night. But there's another reason for sleep, and that is the rule set requires some downtime for the physical system. It's just a need of the physical system. It's a need of the avatar. Part of the way the avatar evolved, it needs some downtime for the physical body. Well, while that physical body is replenishing and revigorating itself in sleep, there's no reason that the consciousness ought to get 8 hours off, right, to goof off. So the consciousness just goes and logs on to another virtual reality where it can continue working in a different format, which allows it to do things and have experiences that it couldn't have here. You know, experiences that would be really traumatic to have here. You know, in the dream, you kind of start your dream, and there you are, and you're in a 10-story apartment building, and you notice that a fire's broken out, and the fire's now consumed up to your floor, which is, let's say, floor 7. Nobody else knows. The alarms didn't go off. What do? Do you run out of the building, save yourself because the fire is going quick, or do you try to run up to the other floors first and warn them so some of them could get out? Or maybe if you did that, none of you would get out. You see? So that's your choice. It's a moral choice. What do? Well, in a dream, you make the choice. You do whatever you do. And because you make the choice, you move a little bit toward love or a little bit toward fear, depending on how you make the choice, just like you do here. But you wouldn't want to have to do that here, because here it would require a whole bunch of people to burn up, or buildings destroyed. It'd be a bigger deal that wouldn't be a good thing to do here. But you can do it there. So that's why the dream reality is so valuable. You can have these experiences. You meet monsters. You have all sorts of problems that you're not going to have here. So it's not constrained by our rule set, because it has its own rule set, which is very loose compared to this one. Not so many rules there.
Sure.
So that's why it's just another sandbox to play in and make choices, because otherwise there'd be all this downtime for your consciousness player, because your avatar has to go to sleep and is no longer making choices. And it's like, nah, back to work. Dream reality. And that dream reality, that REM sleep, cycles. You just don't stay in REM sleep the whole time, because your body still is doing stuff, and you just take advantage of whatever time you can.
That makes a lot of sense and clears it up quite a lot for me. Thanks. Just a parting thought on what you just said there. If there is a dream reality as well, is that being monitored? Is that almost how we can use our intellect in this experience, and that can be quite different to how we would act from our being level, which is much more honest.
Right.
So could our dream reality be seen as a monitoring station for the larger consciousness system to say, okay, Joe Bloggs acts this way in his physical daily environment, but actually when we switch off his intellect, let's see what he's getting up to now.
Exactly. Yes, the answer is yes. That is what happens a lot of times. A lot of times these dream scenarios that you suddenly find yourself in a burning building are just that. They're tests, if you will, if you want to put it in that context, just to see what choices you'll make. because there you'll get an honest assessment of the level of your consciousness quality. So the system, if you are actively growing and learning, the system will give you those kinds of tests just to see where you are, because then it knows better how to help you. What kind of nudges, what kind of help do you need? What sort of synchronicity might be in your favor? Or, what not to do. So it's a way that the system can give you a little test to see out where you really are and maybe what you might need.
And lets you know where you are versus where you
Yeah.
think you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why often the dreams are like that. They're not really like being here, in a series of logically continuous things. You're just thrown into a choice, like the burning building. You're just thrown into this choice and see what you do. And sometimes when you make a poor choice, you get thrown into it again. You make a poor choice, you'll get thrown into it again. Just a little different, just enough to make it a little different. But that's when you have these dreams. They keep coming back and coming back and coming back. They generally tell you that you're just not getting it. You keep making a poor choice, so you get to try again.
Is it my turn?
Yes,
Okay, all
your
right. I feel like sometimes I'm caught in a catch-22. Like the whole reducing entropy and increasing in love and meditation. I'll talk louder. So reducing entropy, growing in love, and decreasing fear sounds like a really great thing, and meditating, that sounds great. But then in terms of actually experiencing the larger consciousness system, I remember you saying at some point, you can keep trying at it, but maybe it might not be in the cards for you in this life. And so I get scared or worried that I'm going to invest all this time in trying to have an out-of-body experience or some supernatural experience and just waste this life that I have. So I want to ask how can I make the most of my time? I would really love to, like you say, make this my own truth, have a personal experience. But, if that's not in the cards, then I would accept that as well, I guess.
Well, there isn't. Okay. She wants to find how she can make the most of the time invested in having a paranormal experience. She doesn't want to work very hard to have a paranormal experience to find out that it's just not going to happen. Then that's time wasted. Okay, so it's how do you know whether it's going to be time wasted or not? Couple of comments. The first is that you are obviously trying to avoid wasting your time, which means you are trying to manipulate the outcome. You want the outcome to be the way you want it, not the way you don't want it. So you want to make sure the choices you make are such that makes the outcome to be the way you want. So that's sort of the first problem is just, you are trying to manipulate the outcome. But there is no situation that's just not in the cards for you. You can do whatever it is you want to do. If that's something that you really want to work at, don't worry that you might put 10 years in and not get anywhere. Work at it. It's not the end point. It's not the goal that is important. It's the process that's important. In the process of working at it, even if you never get there, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of things to get along the way. So don't make something contingent on the result. That's a good idea in this physical world if you're an accountant or an investor or something like that. That's good thinking. You need to think that way, but in the larger system, that doesn't help much. It's best just to, if that's what you want to do it. See what happens. If you do it contingent I only want to do it contingent on the result being the way I want it. That's not a good approach. It's a better approach to just say, I want to do it. I'm going to do it. I'll see what happens. Now, let's say 10 years later, nothing's happened. You may decide to give up. You don't want to do that anymore. It's not working for you. Well, that's okay if that's what you want to decide. That's not a failure. It's just you learn that that's not it. Don't try to predetermine what the result's going to be. Just do it. I would say that everybody here could be successful at healing and remote viewing, probably to a 75% correct rate, 75 to 80% correct rate, if they worked on it for 6 months. It's just not that hard. We're going to do some of that tomorrow, and we're not going to do any rituals. We're just going to do it. Just do it. And you'll see that it'll probably surprise you how well it works for a lot of people. Now, it may take you another 6 months of working on these things to get better at it. Because after we talk tomorrow, you'll understand the things that prevent you from doing it. The only thing that makes it not in the cards for you are things that you bring to the table. It's your fear. It's your, it's the stuff you bring that prevents it. Not that you have to learn special techniques or special abilities to get it. Not that you have to learn special, even meditation or anything else. You'll learn what it is that blocks it, and then over time, you'll learn to let go of that stuff that blocks it. Often, what blocks it is just trying too hard, wanting to do it, wanting to have success. That's why I say if you start out based on a goal and you work at that goal, that may be the thing that prevents you from reaching the goal. It's just that you want to reach the goal. You need to not have ego invested in the outcome. You need to approach it just open, accepting. Whatever happens is okay with me. I'm just doing an experiment and want to see how it comes out. That attitude will take you a lot further than, I really want to experience this. Because now your ego is involved. It has a want. It has a need. And that want and that need will get in the way and block it. So that's why I say it's better just do it, work at it, without any expectations whatsoever. And don't worry about it not being a good investment. If it's something you want to do it. And no expectations. Don't worry about the investment. You'll learn anyway, whether you ever do it or not. You'll learn a lot along the way.
In the concept of your big toe, what do concepts such as beauty and aesthetics, and how does art kind of play a role in this reality?
Okay, well, art and aesthetics are expressions of people. Mostly they're expressions at the being level. We hardly ever produce art from our intellect, or at least not very good art from our intellect. So it's a being level exercise. So for the artist, it's expressing yourself out of the being level is a very good thing to do. That's a very growing thing. It helps develop your big picture, right brain side. That's why a lot of artists are right brain, because that goes together. Kind of big picture, holistic thinking. So it's good for the artist, and it's also good for the person that appreciates the art and looks at it, because it speaks to them. It says something. There's metaphors there. There's symbols and metaphors that mean something to that person. Again, at the being level. If you only appreciate art at the intellectual level, like, oh, look at that brushstroke. Look at the fine way those pigments have been mixed. You see, that's the intellectual level. If you look at art that way, then you're not appreciating the art. You're appreciating the technique. So if you appreciate the art, that's also a being level exercise, seeing bigger pictures. So both are expressions of people at the being level, and both are important and valuable. So art is a way of communicating. One way is that we can communicate non-verbally, and we can say an awful lot in an art piece at a level and with subtlety that words would never manage. So art's important. A sense of aesthetic is important. Things that are aesthetic tend to be low entropy. Things that are just a jumble and a wow, it's quite a hit. Things that are just a jumble and a mess and, no structure and stuff, just, that's generally, people don't like looking at that. That's not seen as art. So lower entropy is putting your paint or your clay or whatever your medium is. If you're a writer, putting your text, your pictures that you're writing about, putting those in some kind of context where people looking at it get meaning and value out of it. That's a low entropy thing. Anybody can just sit on a typewriter, close their eyes, and make a lot of letters. It takes art to make all that into something that grabs people and gives a meaning and something to think about, or something to learn, something to experience. So yeah, aesthetic is very important.
So I have a kind of an experience and a question. The experience has to do with taking a psychedelic substance called DMT. I took it a few months ago, and I had this experience where I think I went into it with the intent of trying to search for something or trying to get some sort of answer. And when I went into it, this energy, I guess, appeared to me and said, you know what? That's not what you come here. It was almost like annoyed with me. And it said, you're not supposed to be searching for this kind of thing right now. It said, we're going to show you some things, but you're not supposed to be here searching for the meaning of your life or anything else like that. And so it had like this almost like, it was like, so I can't believe he came here asking me this right now. It was almost like annoyed, not like mean or anything like that, but it was like, chill out a little bit. And then, and what you're saying kind of really resonates me as far as the system throwing you for a loop if you try to ask it too many questions, because it also said, all right, this is what your life, what your existence here has been like on this earth. You're not supposed to come here and ask us this, but it showed me some things about my past as consciousness. And then it said, all right, go take this thing for a test drive. And I had people witnessing me communicating, telepathically with my dog. I had out-of-body experience where I was down the road talking to for some reason I was talking with dogs, and dogs were communicating with me and representing themselves as consciousness. My dog represented herself as consciousness to me. And it was an amazing experience on that realm, but it was just more on the realm of saying, okay, this is what you can do. You can take this thing for a test drive, but don't come here looking for those kinds of answers, because you're not supposed to be doing that. Like I said, it was almost like annoyed with me.
Okay. So what was that all about, I guess, is what you're asking.
Yeah. It kind of threw me for a big loop,
Okay. Your experience there could have multiple reasons of why you got what you got, but I would suspect that annoyance that you got was probably an annoyance that you had with yourself. That was probably, there's some part of you wasn't too sure that this was a good idea, something you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that part of you then came out as this being annoyed that you were doing it. Okay, you've done this. Okay, we'll show you some stuff, but you need to cut this out, kind of an attitude.
Mm-hmm.
So I suspect that was something that you brought to the table. It wasn't really that there was some entity out there that was annoyed with you. You were probably mostly uncertain about whether or not you should be doing it. So that's where the annoyance probably came from. When you're in another reality frame that has a rule set that's not very tight, not physical like this one, but very loose, often what you think and what you feel, not necessarily in your intellect, but even down at a feeling level, being level, is what you find there. You'll get lots of metaphors that are really self-referential, telling you about yourself. Now, it did show you some things in the sense that, okay, you got to see that animals are conscious and you could connect with them and communicate with them. And, so there's a lot of neat stuff out here and a lot of things you can do as consciousness. So it got that point across, but you don't really need to come here to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably you talking to yourself, letting yourself know that, all right, this was nifty and there's some things about it that were fun, but enough's enough, don't make this a habit.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I would say where that came from.
That makes a lot of sense. That clears a lot of it up for me. The other question I was going to ask was, do you think that there's a danger as far as like kind of going back to the allegory of the cave with Plato, where you try to pull people out of the cave and they become violent. They don't want to see what's outside of the cave. They just want to see the shadow figures in front of their faces. And do you think that in order to raise mass consciousness, that there is a danger that the forces that almost want more entropy in the world are going to try and do violence to prevent consciousness?
Yeah, possibly. There is, because you have free will, there is both those who evolve positively to lower entropy and those that evolve negatively to higher entropy. So there are the forces of evil, the bad guys that exists in a sense that free will allows you to evolve however you want to evolve. But I certainly wouldn't advocate, and I don't think it would happen that, we would grab people and force them to see the truth. You can't teach anybody that. You can't say, here's the truth, look at it. All that does is make them go deeper into their belief or their fear or whatever it is they had in the first place. That's not functional. So I certainly wouldn't recommend that anybody try to, maybe force isn't the right word, but strongly encourage somebody to agree with them, to see their point. That's not the right approach. The right approach is get yourself cleared up and lower your own entropy, and then just let other people witness that, see that, feel that, connect with that. And if they come and ask you questions, you can tell them some of what you know. If they don't, you can maybe encourage them a little too, but you have to understand that they have to grow up. You can't, it doesn't help anybody grow up to push their nose in the truth. It just makes them back away from it. So that isn't useful. Now, could negative entities try to encourage that to happen just to create more chaos? Not likely. Not likely. Mostly people do that from arrogance. I know, you don't. Listen to me. Here's the truth. Learn it. No, it's just arrogance. That doesn't help. If you really want to communicate somebody, if you really want to help them grow up, the best thing you can do is provide them an environment where they feel safe and secure enough that they can grow themselves up. That's all you can do. You have to communicate with somebody, you have to go where they are. Not say, well, here's where I am. You need to come up to where I am and see it the way I see it. You need to go to where they are. You need to see it how they see it. And you need to help them take just one tiny step on their own, because you suggest to them maybe a possibility or another way of looking at things. But pushing, cajoling, tricking people into growing up just doesn't work. You can't do it.
Got to focus on what you can control.
You can't force anybody to grow up. You can force people to change their behavior if you have that much control over them, like you're their boss. You can force them to behave differently, but you can't force them to be differently inside. And the only growth that matters is the being growth that's inside.
Thank you, Tom.
I have two questions. The first one is, what is point consciousness and how to access it?
Okay. Point consciousness is an experience that you have after you have let go of all your sense data. So your avatar is getting sense data. When you let go of all that sense data, you are nothing but a point of awareness, point of consciousness, floating in this dark void, because you're not getting any visuals, you don't hear anything, you don't see anything, you don't smell anything, you don't even feel the chair you're sitting on or the bed you're lying on. You're not aware of anything other than that you exist. Kind of the Descartes moment, I exist. I think, therefore I am. So you get to that point where all the sense data is turned off. That's point consciousness. You learn to do that because you let go of this data stream. Basically, you have this data stream coming in, you interpret the data as this reality. Now you're going to let go of it. You're not going to take that data anymore or interpret it anymore. So that's point consciousness, is letting go of the data stream. Once you're in point consciousness, you can use your intent to grab hold of some other data stream, some other connection, some other source of information. It's always good to let go of one before you try to grab hold of another one. It's less confusing that way, particularly in the beginning, because if you have two of them going, then it's a little confusing. So point consciousness is the doorway to everything else. If you go to point consciousness first, then the healing you do will be more effective. The remote viewing you do will be more accurate. The questions you ask will have better answers. So everything else works better if you learn to drop this reality entirely. So that's point consciousness. It's a good thing to learn with your meditation. Your meditation is to get rid of thoughts, empty your mind in an empty space. Well, that's also thoughts about, where you are lying in the bed, the thoughts of how the chair feels on your backside, the thoughts of what you're going to do next after you're done meditating. All of those thoughts, you need to just let them go. And when you're actually successful at letting them go, you're in point consciousness. So it's really just a successful meditation state. Now the trick is, how long can you hold that point consciousness? First time you get there, you maybe hold it for 3 or 4 seconds. Wow, that's it. And just because you're so excited that that's it, it's gone. You blow it away because you're excited about it. So eventually you can go there, stay there for as long as you want.
So in point consciousness, you don't experience perceptions anymore, like no colors, no sounds?
Nothing in point consciousness. It's getting rid of everything. Now if you want to ask a question to get data, or if you want to go someplace where there's colors and other things that you can see, then you can. If you ask a question and the output format of the answer needs to be in colors, well, then you'll get colors. So, but go to point consciousness first before you go do things that has sense data. So you really don't have sense data when you're out in the larger conscious system. We just interpret all of the data we get in terms of our sensors because that's our habit. That's what we do here. All the data we get, we interpret it in terms of our senses. So when we're in non-physical, we don't have senses. We get data and we interpret that data in terms of senses that we don't have because that's our habit. Sometimes it's problematical. Sometimes what we experience in a non-physical can't be interpreted very accurately in terms of sense data. That's sometimes why you get things that are odd. You have difficulty with the concepts of bringing it back. You try to tell somebody, it's clear in your mind what you experience, but you can't describe it to anybody else because you can't put it into language or metaphors or symbols that somebody else would understand. So it's just a discipline, really, to get to point consciousness. After you can get there and hold it, you don't have to go there. You can just go immediately to doing whatever it is you want to do. because you've learned to get in that state whenever you want to. So it's not really an end goal as it is a kind of a, you know, it tells you that your meditation is successful.
And my second question was, based on your experience, would you say that the sense of self, or being a separate experiencer of experience, is an illusion?
Well, that's another yes and no. Your sense of self has to do with, you know, with you being an individuated unit of consciousness. You are an individuated unit of consciousness. That's true. That makes you separate from other individuated units of consciousness, makes you separate from the larger conscious system. On the other hand, you're just a piece of that larger conscious system. You're just a piece of it. Now, we think of a piece of it in our mind, like here's the hole, and we've ripped off this piece, and it's over here, and the hole's over there. But when you're talking about information systems, you're just a little piece. You might call that in computer speak, could be a partition. Maybe you're just a little partition inside of this bigger thing. You're really still it. You're not really a separate thing. You're just a walled off piece of it, not really a separate thing. So you eventually learn that you and all the other individuated units of consciousness are really all part of this one conscious thing. You're all connected. You know, you start to, the separateness starts to not matter. It's not important. You don't see yourself as I'm me and he's, you know, that other person. You just see pieces of the larger consciousness system. We're all one within that system. We're all a piece of it. And the differentiation between here's where I end and you start loses its meaning, loses its significance. So you do have an individual identity as an individuated unit of consciousness, but that separateness gets less and less important, less and less perceived, to where you see everything as just part of a whole and all connected, all integrated as one thing. That's more of a perception than anything else. The distinctions between people become less and less important. And what becomes more and more important is that they're both people. You know, they're both somebody that is trying to grow and doing the same things you are. So the part of you that connects and has empathy with and identifies with is the sameness, not the differences. Though differences are still there, they're really not very important anymore.
So just quickly about this subject, I read in your book that we were a part of Om, but at the same time we were Om. So I was confused about, are we the whole experiencing itself as a piece of it so that it can have an experience in this limited experience? Or are we babies from the whole trying to grow into becoming the whole? Or are we both at the same time?
Yes.
Both at the same time.
The yes was to all of it.
Okay.
Those are just different ways of looking at the same thing, different ways of perceiving the same thing. Depends, you know, it's now more of a semantic issue of how you'd like to describe things. Yes, we are just, the whole thing has a way of experiencing itself by interacting with free will, with other pieces of itself, and it's all just one thing. That's a perfectly good way of looking at it. That we are subsets of the whole thing, interacting with other subsets, that's another good way. These are all just metaphors, different ways of looking at the problem and discussing it. And all of them can lead to the same conclusion, which is basically we're all part of the same system.
I think the question, the difference lies in, for me, is, are we everything? Do we have access to all that is? And are we already that, just experiencing ourselves in this particular set of limitations? Or are we really not there yet and we don't know everything at all, or we don't know everything that everything knows, and we're just trying to get to know that which everything knows? You see?
I guess what I'm trying to say is it really doesn't matter which way which way you look at it. They're both metaphors for who we are relative to the larger system. And you can see yourself either way. Sometimes looking at yourself one way is more helpful. Sometimes looking the other way is more helpful. Whatever is more helpful would be a way to look at it. Yes, indeed, we are individuated units, and we're trying to grow up. We're a chip off the old block, but we're individuated units of that block, and we have responsibility to grow up and evolve. Some of us make poor choices and de-evolve. That's our choices. Our individuated unit is the sum of all the choices that we've ever made. So you can see it that way, and that's a productive way of thinking about it when you're thinking about you making choices. Okay? But if you're thinking about you as a part of the whole, then the other way is more productive. Okay? Now you're just a piece of that whole thing, and you are
having a human
experiencing yourself through it. See, it's another way of looking at the problem. They're both okay, depending on what the subject is, what you're trying to learn, and what you're talking about. Just two different models of the same thing, two different ways of looking at it, ways of expressing it. So they're both true. It's not one or the other. It's, yes, both.
Great.
One thing, let me say to complete that, is that all of these things, the larger conscious system, individuated units of consciousness, free will awareness, all these things I've given names are just metaphors. They're all ways of communicating with language so that we can talk about it and have a conversation. If I didn't break these into logical subsets, and these subsets, these metaphors, are functional subsets of consciousness. Okay, consciousness has these functions. I give each one of those functions a name so that we can talk about the functions of consciousness. Don't think that these are separate little things there. They're just metaphors for a function in consciousness. You see, with consciousness, you never actually get to touch the source of the data. You only get the data. You never get the source. The source is really unknown. But we get this data. So from the data we get, we can make some inferences about the source and how it's arranged and what it does. But we shouldn't start to believe that we actually know what that is. We're just making up metaphors that allows us to discuss consciousness. So that's why it doesn't matter really how you look at it. They're just different metaphors, and different metaphors work better in different situations depending on what you're trying to express. So the larger consciousness system itself is a metaphor, kind of for the base system of which we are a part. So they're all metaphors. None of it is actual, stuff that we're putting in pigeonholes and categories. The whole system, the whole model is metaphorical because you never get to experience the source of the data, only the information, and you make inferences from that.
And then that led to the AI question. You talked about a grand finale in your book, and I was curious of what that was, or if it's something you want to talk about, or
I don't remember that.
you're just like, how are we gonna react to our grand finale? And I was just like,
that was just a little bit of humor.
Oh, okay.
A little
is
bit
there
of
like,
humor.
I was wondering if there was some kind of
like, what are we going to do next?
Yeah,
Right? We humans.
Is AI maybe like, I was wondering about AI becoming conscious, and then, is that our babies? Is this consciousness now, experiencing itself through that? And is that, going to be part of changing our views on things?
The way a computer becomes conscious is that the computer's software and hardware gives the computer the ability to make free will choices. In other words, the software is written in such a way that the logic is fuzzy. It never has all the answers to make the right decision. It has to guess. It doesn't know. And there's different ways that it can guess. There's 2 or 3 choices that it could make to try to get the right answer, and it does that. It gets to pick which one of those choices. It's not try them all, see which one works best. That's algorithmic. You have to have a computer that actually has choices that it can make on its own for its own reasons, not based on some algorithm. If you have that, if you have a computer that actually has free will choices, a consciousness will log in and become the player for that computer as its avatar. That's how computers become conscious, not because you somehow build consciousness inside the computer, but you have to give it a platform that provides free will choices to a player. And that's problematical in itself, but it can be done in like neural networks. Neural networks are computed sort of the way our brain computes things. And it learns. And as it learns, it makes different choices. And nobody really knows why it makes the choices it makes it, because it just does that based on what it learns. So that kind of produces one of these models where it's making its own choices for its own reasons. And now a consciousness can play that. So
we're actually making, is that something that humans you think are soon about to discover? Or
we do. We have computers. We've done a lot of the things I talk about in computer labs places. We have simulations that just started with a rule set, initial conditions, and they're off simulating things. We have simulated consciousness, but at the level of insects. We have computers that make choices, and we look at them and see how they move. They build little robots, and they see how they move and how they negotiate barriers or whatever. And as you look at them, they move just like insects move. Yes, they have choices. When they get to a barrier, there's 4 or 5 different ways that they can approach it, things they can try. And based on how that works, they can make other decisions. And they look just like insects, the way they approach it. And I've seen them in a show, a picture of a spider encountering a barrier. And it's a certain way it approaches to go over the barrier. And all the spiders do that same kind of approach where they feel it and they test it, then they do this and then they do that, and then they go over it this way, and the robot will do the same thing. So we've mimicked consciousness at a very small level of choices. We haven't yet gotten to where we mimic people or dogs or cats even, but that's a matter of time. We probably will. Yes, I think AI and conscious computers are probably in the future, and probably several decades away. Probably not that far. We need some breakthroughs in processing speeds and software, but I expect they will come. I call that near future, a couple of decades. We'll probably see it, but don't expect it to be, a human consciousness. It'll be something more maybe like a cat or a dog. We go from insects to, vertebrates to smarter vertebrates. Eventually we'll get something that will be more human-like, I think. But it'll be a little while before we get that. But we've broken the ice down at the low level of consciousness already.
Thank you. And then my last question is, I wanted to know about karma and if it's something that's just belief-based, because I feel like a lot of people were born into very different childhoods. I was personally born into a lot of fear. And then I see a lot of people that didn't have that. So for me, it's been a real challenge.
Karma. The idea of karma, it's a real idea, but it's often misunderstood. Karma is basically, there's no free pass. You have to grow up. You have to learn your lesson. If you don't learn it, you get to try again and try again. And you keep trying until you learn it. There's no punishment. The karma idea isn't that, oh, you did this, now somebody will have to do that to you in the next life because that's your karma. It doesn't work that way. If that turns out to be the most optimal learning experience for you, then it might happen that way. But if there's some other experience that would be just as good, then it might happen that way. So it's just that, let's say you have an anger problem and you tend to get angry, fly off the handle and whatever. Well, that's a problem for you to learn. You will have to learn that. You're not going to say, well, you've tried now for 5,000 incarnations and you still got that anger, so we're just going to pass you on to the next level. It doesn't work like that. Take as long as you like. This is not a time test. Work on it until you get it. So the karma is not punishment. It's consequences. You have to do it till you learn it. So if you don't get it, you'll get to do it again and again and again until you do get it.
So you're born into certain, just a set of things for a reason that, you need to, for whatever reason that you need to learn. But also, is it supposed to help you on your mission or whatever you're supposed to do?
It depends. At the beginning levels of conscious evolution, you don't have specific needs. You just need experience. You don't need a specific kind of experience. You just need experience. After you've gotten a lot of experience and you find out, well, you're evolving pretty well, but this area, not so much. This area, quite a bit. You need to work on the not so much area. Now you start picking and choosing the kind of situation you want to go into that'll help you work on the not so much area. Okay, so that's, yes, you can pick and choose on that. But mostly for a lot of people, it's jump in, jump out, go back, take whatever you get because it's all useful experience. So whether you're born rich or poor or however it is, there's things to learn in both of those. Good lessons everywhere. Even if you're born into a place where everybody's starving to death, there's lessons to learn in all of those. It's not about being happy, it's about making good choices. So sometimes you pick a particular situation. A lot of times you just get whatever. But actually I say you pick. You don't actually do the picking most of the time. You agree to it, but the system picks for you because the system knows all the players in the game and what's going on and whatever. And it suggests that this would be all right for you. And because you really don't have all that information, you generally say, okay. And off you go. Yeah. Right. But you always have to agree. Nobody's ever forced to do anything they don't want to do. And after you've been around the block more times, you might say, well, is that really going to help me with my anger problem? Why? Why is that particularly a good one? And if you don't get a good answer, you can say, nah, I think something different would be better. He'll find you something different. The system isn't hard over on your choice, but mostly until you get at a certain point, you don't even ask those questions. You don't even know that you've got this part that's not doing as well as that part. Like this other gentleman talked about dreams, the system does. They know where your problems are and the areas that you need to work in. And they're a better judge of what would be a good incarnation than you would ever be because they've got a lot more data than you do. But if you don't like it, you can say no and they'll find something else.
So when you say they, are we talking about...
I just say they because I need a pronoun.
Right.
It's, but I could say it. It would work, yeah.
But
her, him, all those. I just need a pronoun.
Does it seem like we have guides, or is it just,
A guide is your own personal interface to the larger conscious system.
So are there beings outside of what we feel or what we interpret as being? So I've done plant medicine, and then things happen that sometimes are just your reflection of yourself, just like something talking to you in the way that you would talk to yourself, and that doesn't exist independently of you. But is there things existing independently of you that actually communicate with you?
Sure.
Good and bad, and how much power or reach do they have over us here?
No power. You have free will.
Okay.
You can do whatever you wish. But yes, there are entities that can talk to you, that you can talk to them. Good and bad, whatever. That's possible.
Gotcha.
You can open and close those communication lanes with your intent.
Right. That explains it. I think I was seeing things when I was a kid, but then I was like, fuck this. Sorry, I was just really like, this is horrible. So I'm hoping that soon I'll be able to reopen that.
You can open and close these things. And if you don't like it, you can turn it off.
Okay.
But you also can specify the kind of communications you're interested in.
Oh.
I would like to talk these subjects for these reasons, to do this, and that's all. well, that limits it. Now your intent is just for that, and that will be all you get. If one is, besides that, if you've got some kind of fear lurking inside down at the being level that says, oh yeah, but what if I get some really bad person that tells me, well, you're liable to get that too, because that's in there. You see, that's part of your intent, whether it comes through your intellect or not, isn't important. So sometimes it's hard to control your intents because you don't even know what they are because they're beneath your intellect. That's where your fear is. Okay, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow.